Afternoon Theatre.
We present Coral Brown and Virginia Maskell in Waters of the Moon by N.C. Hunter. Waters of the Moon.
I say, Evelyn, look at this magazine. Pictures of the Grahamsland expedition I was talking about. SS Curlew.
How can you go on an expedition like that, John? It's really so silly to think of things that are absolutely out of the question.
Everything I suggest seems to be out of the question.
Well, in a year or two...
Oh, a year and another year and another year. Dr. Gresford says I'm decidedly better, and I feel better. Have you once heard me cough this last week? Have you? I challenge you. Besides, I put on weight. That's a fact.
All the better.
Aha, excellent. Still snowing.
What's excellent about it?
Oh, glorious snow from heaven. Bury us all in your whiteness. One gets so tired of this Devonshire lushness. It's enervating. I've often thought I should be a damn sight better if we lived in some sort of bitter, bracing place like Aberdeen. Doesn't anyone want a historic Georgian gem on the edge of delightful Dartmoor, skillfully converted into a private hotel?
It gives us a living, remember? There's that to be thankful for.
Living? It's more like being buried alive.
Yes. Go and get a couple of logs, will you?
All right. I say, are you by any chance losing your heart to Herr Julius Winterhalter?
Oh, don't be absurd.
But why not? He has considerable charm, those soft brown eyes. I like him.
Don't laugh at me.
I'm not laughing. On the contrary, I'm delighted. Oh, good evening, Mrs. White. It's still snowing.
Dreadful. I wonder if I might have a glass of hot water.
Certainly.
Oh, and Evelyn.
Yes?
You will see my hot water bottle is really hot tonight, won't you?
Wasn't it hot last night?
Not really hot, no.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not complaining. I just mentioned it.
I'll see to it myself.
Thank you.
Good evening, Colonel Selby.
Oh, good evening. Snowing. Yeah, we might have quite a fall.
Oh, dear.
Yes. After tea, I put some crumbs out for the birds. Oh, listen. Do you hear that?
What is it?
I thought I heard wild geese passing over. That's usually a sign of hard weather.
Oh, is it?
This morning, I shot a duck.
Oh? Why?
Well, I thought it might make a welcome addition to our diet.
In a way, it seems curious to feed some birds and shoot others.
Yes. If one thinks of it logically, that is so. But there it is. I was brought up to use a gun. I shot my first grouse in Dumfriesshire when I was 12 years old. That was in 1889. Now, let's see, it's 1950 now. Well, that's 61 years ago.
The Italians have a saying that every bird thinks its own nest beautiful.
Extraordinary race, the Italians.
Almost anything, in fact, is preferable to a communal nest. Especially one where people smoke in the bathroom.
Oh, I do assure you, Mrs. White,
I wasn't accusing you, Colonel Selby. I know exactly who it was. It wasn't a man at all. Why she stays here, why she doesn't go back to London where she belongs. No doubt I should be told that that's a very snobbish way to talk. But the longer I live, the more I dislike modern bad manners and inconsiderate behavior. It's one thing to face old age and poverty and ill health. But it's a little hard to be condemned to lead a communal life with people whose education and upbringing have been so entirely different. Here one has simply the privacy of an animal at the zoo.
Oh, come now, Mrs. White, come now.
Oh, please forgive me. I'm really ashamed of myself. In summer, one can spend a good deal of time out of doors or sitting in one's bedroom. Now the snow has come, we shall be cooped up together in this room like dogs in a kennel, and it's still December. The winters here seem interminable.
It's coming down as thick as anything. You'd be lost on the moor in no time. And I wouldn't care to be in a car either. While I was getting these logs, I heard a tree fall on the drive.
You talk as if you liked the snow, John.
Liked it? Yes, I do like it. I don't quite know why, but I've always enjoyed stories of Arctic travels and exploration. Although polar expeditions don't benefit anyone much. Well, there's something rather heroic, don't you think, in this struggling against cold and pain, just for the sake of struggling?
Johnny!
Oh, that's Mother. The latest theory is that I talk too much. Soon I expect to be rationed to monosyllables. Excuse me.
Oh, poor boy. He talks of polar expeditions, and he's not fit to do an ordinary day's work.
Well, what do you think of the weather? Quite a change, isn't it?
Oh, do sit here, Mrs. Ashworth.
Anyway, it's snug in here, that's one thing. No, don't move, please, Colonel. Now come and sit by me, Mr. Winterhalter, and then the magic circle will be complete.
No, thank you. I have a letter to write.
He says the snow reminds him of Vienna.
When I was a child, I was excited each year by the first snows of winter. I'd work in the morning, and there was in the room, I remember, a particular sort of light, quite different from the usual grayness of winter. And when one looked out, there it was, the snow, whiteness everywhere. But that was in the old days, of course. The bad old days.
Yes, Vienna has seen some misfortune since the end of the Habsburgs.
Yes, the storms of history have swept over it, you might say. Now it's like a beautiful woman who has grown old and tired and wrinkled and fallen on hard times.
How sad.
Your hot water bottle, Mrs. White.
Oh, thank you, Evelyn.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Now for a game of patience. One can't knit all the time. It looks as if we're going to have to stay indoors quite a lot now. Now, where did I put the cards? Ah, yes. Here we are. The Colonel's gone to sleep again. He's always going to sleep nowadays. Oh, I suppose when one's 73, there's not very much else one can do. Since his brother died 2 years ago, I don't believe he's had more than half a dozen letters. 2 red kings. Well, 2 red queens. Isn't that a nuisance? Funny to think how a life changes. There he is. DSO, MC, all the rest of it. And all he can do is to potter about by himself and feed crumbs to the birds. Oh, good gracious.
What is it?
It's all right, Colonel. Don't be alarmed. It's only the bell. Now, who could be ringing at this time of night? I'll have a look.
I do hope we're not the same.
Yes, motorists. I expect they'll want to stay the night.
What sort of people?
Well, I only got a glimpse, but they look rather smart. Fur coats and all the rest of it. 2 women and a man.
Smart? Oh, how tiresome.
This is the lounge, Mrs. Lancaster. Of course, we don't cater for many guests, especially in the winter.
Lounge, but it's a most handsome room. And it's got a fire. Well, that's everything. Oh, please, don't anybody move on any account. Come along, Robert.
Do sit here.
How kind, how very kind. Tony, darling, come and thaw. This is my daughter, Tonetta, everybody. Oh, and my husband.
Hello. How do you do?
I'd really resigned myself to freezing to death in the ditch. Oh, we were absolutely in the ditch. You know, we skidded into the side of that nasty little bridge down the road, and there we were, benighted in the snow.
Oh,
Well,
you've
what
been
an
shocking,
experience.
yes.
Oh, how far we've had to walk, I couldn't say. And through an absolute blizzard, you couldn't see a yard in front of your face.
About half a mile.
Oh, now, don't keep saying that, Robert, dear. It must be much nearer 3. Well, it felt like 10. Oh, look at my legs. Absolutely soaked. Drenched.
As to accommodation, Mrs. Lancaster...
You know, I knew it would snow. I said so at breakfast. But, of course, my husband had listened to the wireless.
Cold winds with a chance of showers in the west.
Showers, I ask you. A blinding blizzard. Oh, now, look at us simply monopolizing the fire. It really is too bad.
No, not at
We
all.
do apologize. We really do. It's a dreadful intrusion.
As to accommodation...
Now, please, sit down, everybody. Please.
Darling, you're interrupting all the time.
No, I'm not, dear. What do you mean?
I was just going to say, we have 1 double room ready, though it's not a front room, I'm afraid.
4 walls and a bed would be the very height of luxury for us, Mrs.
Daly.
Mrs. Daly. Wouldn't it, Robert? And if we might possibly have a fire, well, even an electric thing or an oil stove would do. I shall never get warm again.
Well, now, the question of the other room...
Oh, Tony will be happy in any little room, won't you, darling?
Of course.
Now, don't worry at all about that.
Well, the trouble is, the other rooms are in the part of the house we close for the winter. I wouldn't care to put anyone there tonight. I was going to suggest, just for 1 night, if she could manage on the sofa...
Oh, but of course, it's perfect.
Well, tomorrow night, of course.
Oh, I hope we shan't have to trouble you tomorrow night, Mrs. Daly.
Well, I'll sleep on the sofa. The young lady can have my room.
Oh, but how very, very kind and chivalrous.
Helen, I really don't think we...
I couldn't really.
Well, I accept this gentleman's extremely kind offer on behalf of my daughter, and I do it on principle. Goodness knows there's a little enough courtesy and chivalry in the world today, and it's entirely the fault of the stupid women who insist on discouraging it. Let me say how extremely obliged I am to you, Mr.
Winterhalter.
Winterhalter, but like the painter.
Precisely. Yes, like the painter.
Tonetta, thank Mr. Winterhalter properly for his great kindness. This is my daughter, Mr. Winterhalter, Tonetta Landy.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Winterhalter.
Oh, and I've always pronounced it Winterhalter.
Her father was an Italian. Oh, soup. Hot soup would be really delicious if such a thing were wildly possible.
Well, cocoa or tea?
Cocoa or tea? Tony?
Tea, please.
And I'll have tea. Oh, and some toast, I think. Oh, no, a few biscuits. A sandwich. Oh, thank you so much. We are upsetting you, aren't we?
My daughter will get the rooms ready.
Then everything's arranged. Oh, Robert, dear, you must phone the Maitlands. They'll be dreadfully anxious. Tell them we'll come along tomorrow for lunch. Oh, no, tea would be safer, perhaps.
Well, that'll depend on the weather, dear, and how much the car's damaged.
But we can't stay here, dear. You can see it's quite impossible.
Well, it may be a question of force majeure.
The roads may be blocked for weeks.
Oh, don't be silly, dear. We were supposed to be going over for the New Year to some friends near Yelverton. Oh, the fact is, of course, one ought to stay in one's own house over Christmas. It's madness to move. Madness.
Would you care to see your rooms? And what about the luggage?
Oh, I'll take the suitcases.
Help him, Tony. I'm not going up now. I must get warm.
I'll just go and tidy up my room.
Warmth. What an adventure. Do tell me, are you all staying here for Christmas?
We live here.
What, live here permanently?
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, how amusing. Oh, but it does solve the servant problem, doesn't it?
It solves quite a number of problems, more or less.
It's very nice. It's very comfortable. Oh, and it's a beautiful room, even if the furniture isn't
Did
exactly...
you manage to carry some of your luggage?
No, my husband did. Thank goodness, he's immensely strong. What poor Renzo, my first husband, would have done, I really don't know. I think he would have lain down in the snow and simply given up the ghost, poor lamb. Oh, you know, I talk far too much, but it's a dreadful habit. I've none of the traditional British reserve, but then my mother was French, so that explains it, doesn't it? I'm a mongrel.
Here's the tea and some sandwiches.
Ah, so you're the son of the house.
Yes?
Oh, it's quite an Adonis.
I beg your pardon?
How old are you?
I'm 22. Let me know if you want any more sandwiches.
22. Oh, to be 22. Has he got a weak chest?
Yes.
Yes, I was afraid so. He has that heartbreakingly romantic look.
Poor Mr. Winterhalter. He's tidying his room madly. It's too kind.
Oh, he's a lamb. I saw it at once. It would have been merely unkind not to let him give up his bed. There's nothing so disappointing as to have one's chivalrous offers refused. I suppose he's a Jew.
Oh, just an Austrian, I believe.
Oh, delightful people. Feckless and incompetent, but, oh, such dears. They ought to be preserved. The whole of Austria should be taken over by the National Trust. Now for some tea. Won't you all have a cup? And hadn't we better introduce ourselves? I'm Helen Lancaster.
Mrs. White.
Mrs. Ashworth.
Selby, Colonel Selby.
Ah, so you are a colonel. I was right. Not everyone would have spotted it. But I flatter myself I never mistake a retired soldier. There's something about them. They look, well, properly washed. Do you find it dull here? But then perhaps you don't mind.
Well, at 73, one's activities are necessarily somewhat limited. One reads, potters about, sleeps.
Well, of course. One ought to live quietly and with dignity.
Thank you.
Oh.
I can carry them myself. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, Mr. Winterhalter, what a shame. All those bedclothes and pillows. Now, I insist that you have a cup of tea and a sandwich.
Quite all right. No trouble.
I hear you come from my dearly beloved Austria.
You know Austria.
Oh, good heavens, man, how many times have I been to Vienna and Salzburg for the Mozart? It's an enchanting country. But I wouldn't go back for all the money in the world now that it's overrun by soldiery. Poor Europe. Où sont les neiges d'antan?
If you'll excuse me.
She's rather quiet, isn't she? Oh, I expect I upset her by making so much noise.
Oh, she keeps herself very much to herself, Mrs. White does. Rather superior, you know.
It's an interesting face, but it's unhappy somehow.
Oh, come on and have some tea, Bobby.
Please, Tony.
Oh, don't give him tea or he'll kick all night.
Oh, darling, I must have tea. You know, Winterhalter, I really do feel rather badly about this sofa.
Now, don't go on about it, dear. It pleases him to give up his bed. Don't you understand?
Yes, just so.
It wouldn't please me.
Well, Mr. Winterhalter isn't English. He's a romantic, like me. Tell me, that rather cross-looking girl we saw outside, is that Mrs. Daly's daughter?
Yes, that's Evelyn.
Her fiancé was killed in Germany just a week before the end of the war. Quite a tragedy.
Oh, why do these things happen to people? A girl like that must wonder if there's any coherence or purpose in the universe at all. What regiment were you in, Colonel Selby?
I was a gunner, a horse gunner for many years.
I had a friend called Claude Wilmington who commanded something or another called the Chesterton troop. Oh, such uniforms he used to wear. Oh, but that was years ago, of course.
I knew old Claude. I've got some photographs of him upstairs in the attic, if you cared to see them sometime.
You haven't. How absurd. Oh, of course, I would love to see them. I can't wait.
Well, it may take a little time to dig them out. Bottom of the trunk, you know.
Oh, please don't bother now.
No,
Tomorrow...
No trouble at all. None at all.
Helen, you really shouldn't. They're in the attic.
Darling, it is a shame.
Oh, what nonsense. He'll enjoy digging for them. I don't suppose he's shown them to anyone for years and years. It will be a great excitement for him.
Oh, he's got 6 or 7 albums. We've all seen them several times, except Mrs. White. Heavens, 9:15 already. Excuse me, won't you? It's my variety night.
Her what night? What in heaven's name?
On Friday night, she always listens to some wireless program in her room.
Her variety night. Of course. Oh, how amusing, aren't they? Ah, poor dears. How we upset them all. Their patience and their pipes and their programs. Can you imagine living here, making this one's home? Oh, poor Mr. Winterhalter. How you, of all people, brought up in one of the most beautiful and civilized capitals of Europe, how you can vegetate here. No, it's too much, and I can't allow it. You must find somewhere else to live, somewhere civilized. The Riviera, or Paris, or Florence. I shall make it my business to arrange it.
Oh,
yes,
please.
I shall. One good turn deserves another, and we shall have a long talk about it in the morning. How long have you been here?
Nearly a year.
A year?
I was rather ill a year ago, and the doctor advised somewhere quiet, so I came here. It's not too expensive, you know.
How much?
Helen.
Well, it's no use saying Helen. I must know if I'm going to help him.
Well, perhaps he doesn't want help.
Oh, well, of course he doesn't. Don't be silly, Tony. You don't mind me asking, do you?
Not at all. I pay 4 guineas a week.
How much were we paying for that nice little hotel in Montreux, Bobby?
2.5 guineas a day, each.
Oh, we weren't. Well, it's really scandalous. But you leave it to me, Mr. Winterhalter. I shall think of something. I shall find a solution.
It's very kind of you.
Oh. Now that I'm warm, I suddenly feel overpoweringly sleepy. Come, dears, to bed.
You can't go yet. You've got to look at the Colonel's photographs. You said you couldn't wait.
Well, no, I can't wait to go to bed. There it is. If I looked at a single photograph, I should simply fall down unconscious. Besides, he may be hours digging them out of the attic. I'll look at them tomorrow.
Darling, you really
I'll
are.
be just as delighted to show them to you tomorrow. It will give him something to look forward to. Come along now. We're keeping poor Mr. Winterhalter from his sofa, too. Good night, Herr Winterhalter. Schlafen Sie wohl.
Gute Nacht, gnädige Frau.
Ah, charming. Now, bed.
Good night, Mr. Winterhalter.
Good night.
Good night, and many thanks.
Good night.
Here's another blanket. This is a nice windfall, I must say. If they can go tomorrow, we shall have to open the other wing. All the carpets are up too, and the curtains are packed for the cleaners.
She's very charming, Mrs. Lancaster.
Oh, yes, very. She seems to have plenty to say. Ah, I hope this won't be too uncomfortable for you.
No. Quite all right. One can tell she's lived, travelled.
I really can't think why you gave up your bed. The girl could quite well have slept here. She's smaller than you and much younger.
Oh, well, I was pleased to.
You're too good-natured. It annoys me to see people who have everything in the world taking advantage of you.
It's a strange coincidence that tonight, just when the snow had reminded me of Vienna, somebody should come here and talk of Vienna and Salzburg.
I've been reading that little German grammar you lent me. I don't think it's as difficult a language as people say.
In Salzburg, it will be white now, until March.
It must be wonderful to travel, to speak several languages. It makes one so much more interesting to talk to. Though perhaps people like that become rather tiring after a time.
Tiring? I can't imagine that. There's such life, such gaiety. It seems to me that one could never tire of such a person.
No? Perhaps not. In any case, it doesn't matter.
Matter?
The snow will thaw and then she'll go. Tomorrow or the next day or the day after. She'll go. Gute Nacht.
Hmm? What did you say? Am Brunnen vor dem Tore, da steht ein Lindenbaum. Ich träumt in seinem Schatten, ja manchen süßen Traum.
I don't know whether anything could possibly be said, Evelyn, but last night, when I went up at the usual time for my bath, both bathrooms were occupied. And when one of them became vacant, there was no hot water left.
I'm afraid the only thing to do is try to come to some arrangement with the Lancasters. Mr. Winterhalter didn't get a bath yesterday either. There's the bread, Colonel Selby.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, what I object to is the lack of consideration. After all, this is our home. The Lancasters have been here 2 days, and now they seem to own the place. This is just an hotel to them, and they feel they've a right to enjoy every amenity without consideration for others. The bath, the chair nearest the fire, everything.
Well, of course, in a sense, this is an hotel, obliged in law under the regulations of the Innkeepers Act, or whatever it is.
Oh, yes, I know all that. That isn't the point at all. There's such a thing as being a little sensitive to other people's feelings.
Oh, snowballing. Young Daly and the girl. Oh, hey, it's a great thing to be young.
Well, I'm afraid we're likely to be with you for a little time yet. The road's terrible. I doubt one could get up the hill even with chains.
Oh, really?
Bread for the birds, Colonel?
Yes. The trouble is to prevent the blackbirds and starlings chasing away the tits and the wrens. It's the law of the jungle, you know. The weakest to the wall. Well, I shall feed them just outside the French window. You'll be able to see.
Extraordinary piece of luck that we happened to stop so near here. I'm afraid, though, it's a mixed blessing for you. I know what it is to have one's routine upset.
Oh, it can't be helped, Mr. Lancaster. If this were an ordinary hotel, of course, it would probably not affect us at all.
These grottos and statues in the garden, there's a suggestion of Italy.
Yes.
An interesting period architecturally, though not, of course, so essentially English as the earlier ones, Elizabethan or Tudor. I'm insular enough to prefer them myself.
No, I quite agree. All this far too ornate. My husband and I had a small Elizabethan manor house near Andover.
Did you? How very delightful.
Yes, we were very fond of it. It was just the right size, you know, for a small family. At one time, I looked forward to ending my days there. Life teaches one not to plan too far ahead, doesn't it?
Or at least not to take one's planning too seriously.
My son was killed in the war. Then my husband died of pneumonia in 1945. Much of his money was in business in the Far East, and a great deal of it was lost. Many people suffered similar losses during the war. My case isn't in any way exceptional. I quite realize that. At least I have sufficient money to live quietly here. The only thing is, it seems such a short time ago that I had a husband, a child, a house, servants, money, friends, and a varied and interesting life. Now I knit, read a little, go for little walks, sit here day after day, rather ill-tempered. I sometimes wonder to myself how and why it has happened. Oh, one shouldn't talk about these things and complain, I beg your pardon.
Oh, please.
Oh, to listen to other people's misfortunes, well, it's so embarrassing. Have you been to the lake? The rhododendrons and azaleas, they're beautiful in the spring.
Johnny! Johnny! He's only supposed to take the gentlest exercise, and there he is snowballing. And in this cold, too.
Look at them, Mrs. Daly, throwing snowballs and tumbling about just like a couple of school children.
Oh, but he shouldn't be doing it, Mrs. Lancaster. Really, he shouldn't.
Oh, but it couldn't hurt him. It couldn't possibly. The sun and the air like champagne. Oh, let them enjoy themselves. Let them laugh.
Oh, very well. But one has to listen to the doctor, though.
Oh, doctors. One should never take doctors seriously. What about the car, Robert?
Oh, beyond a bent wing, I don't think there's any damage.
Well, is it here? Have you got it?
Got it? My dear, there's not the slightest hope of moving it without a tow, and the road's impassable for
Oh,
miles.
but surely something can be... Oh, but what does it matter? I'm beginning to like it here. We shall stay and make thorough nuisances of ourselves. And I shall brush up my German with Mr. Winterhalter.
Wäre mir ein Vergnügen, gnädige Frau.
Oh, do you know, I felt terribly guilty last night, Mrs. White. I believe Tonetta and I ran off all the hot water in the house and you never got a bath. Now, did you?
Oh, it really doesn't matter.
There, I knew it. Oh, how dreadful of us. Such typical thoughtlessness. But I shall do penance. I won't have a bath for days. I am so sorry.
The boiler's not very big, you
Well,
know.
of course it isn't. How could it be? At home, we have an enormous thing. You could drive the Queen Mary with it. But, of course, it's wildly extravagant. But one must have hot water.
Yes, it's one of the comforts of life. Excuse me.
I hope I said the right thing. She looks terribly reserved and sad. Now, I should like a drink. Is there any alcohol in the house? Oh, good heavens. We've got all that champagne in the car. Of course, it would have been stolen by now. Why on earth didn't you fetch it up yesterday, Robert?
I did.
Did you?
I told you, dear, but you didn't listen.
How exactly like me. He does all the right things, and I don't appreciate it a bit. I don't even listen. Oh, bless you. Why don't you shout at me sometimes?
You'd like that, I'm sure.
Oh, for goodness sake, go and change your shoes, my dear man. You're wet to the knees. And I'm not prepared to nurse you if you get pneumonia.
Yes, all right.
Men are so silly. Oh, Robert, do find some sherry. It would be so comforting.
Right.
What a day. How I adore the unexpected. And being here is unexpected. And, of course, you're totally unexpected, my dear Mr. Winterhalter. What's your other name?
Julius.
I shall call you Julius, and you shall call me Helen.
Since you've come, the house seems to have wakened from its sleep. And one feels that there's not only sadness in life, but happiness, too. You radiate such life, such vitality.
Vitality? Oh, yes. I've plenty of that. Oh, far too much, in fact. If I don't go charging through the day like a train through a tunnel, I feel depressed. I feel, bored.
Oh, surely not.
What do you know about me? Nothing. I'm a shocking creature, I warn you. And if there's any justice in the world, then I'm sure I shall go to hell for my sins. Oh, but I don't want to talk about myself. I want to hear about you. Tell me what you are. No, let me guess. You're a writer.
No.
Artist? Musician?
I used to think I was a musician. I played the piano.
You did, and you're brilliant, of course. Then you shall play for us tonight. If there's one thing I really love, it's the piano properly played.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't play any longer.
You don't? Well, why not?
This.
What, your hand? Oh, no, not a bullet.
A bayonet.
Dreadful. Abominable. Oh, poor hand.
You kissed it.
Oh, my poor Julius. Your face.
Helen,
What's the matter? Oh, Evelyn, you're the very person I wanted to see. I'm one of those tiresome people who can't sleep properly without a whole lot of pillows. I don't know why it is, but if my head's too low, I wake up with a stiff neck.
I don't quite know if we have any more pillows. I'll ask Mother.
Thank you so much. I wonder why she looks so cross with me. It isn't a crime to ask for more pillows. Oh, I'm sure our being here is a nuisance, but good gracious me, it's only for a few days.
few days, of course.
Ah, now you look sad. But of course we shall see each other again. You come up to London, don't you?
Not now.
Oh, but you must. Besides, I'd like to introduce you to all kinds of people who could help you and so on.
Help me?
Well, I shall help you.
Oh,
Oh, yes, I shall. Now, who do I know at the Austrian embassy? Dear, just to think of Vienna makes me feel sentimental. Does it make you sad to talk about it?
No, I can talk to you. No one else can understand. No one else knows what it means. They know nothing and just sit here all day knitting and playing cards and calling me Winterhalter. Winterhalter. Oh, I don't mean to complain. Everybody's very kind, and after all, I'm just a foreigner in England, a displaced person. But when one meets somebody who knows something of one's country and one's language, why, then one feels grateful and excited and yes, a little mad.
Mad? How mad?
Why, for people like us, sympathy, understanding, such things act like drugs. We become intoxicated. We see visions. We dream. We imagine all kinds of queer and ridiculous things. You must be careful, please.
Careful? Oh, my dear man, you don't know what you're asking. I've never been careful in my life. Tell me your dreams. Do you think I would laugh at them?
Oh, if you were free. With you I could begin life again. I would have courage, energy, confidence. I would work. I would slave for you, throw my whole life and being at your feet for a smile, for a touch of your hand. What am I saying? I'm simply dreaming. Such wild, impossible fancies came suddenly into my head.
The Colonel's still waiting for his birds.
Excuse me, please.
Robert, it suddenly occurs to me that tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Well, we must have a party. We've got 6 bottles of champagne upstairs, and it's not the slightest use taking them back to London.
Yeah, one feels sorry for some of these people. For an Austrian refugee, for instance. He can barely take his eyes off you because you've been to Vienna and speak a little German. I warn you, Helen, you'll have another heartbroken admirer on your hands in a minute.
Oh, now, is it my fault, Robert? Do be fair. What have I done but show him the most ordinary friendliness?
My dear, don't ask me what you've done. What do you do?
Oh, when I meet nice, sympathetic, cultured people, I simply have to give sympathy for sympathy. No, it's no good, Robert. I really cannot stay on formal, polite terms with people I like. And I will not go through life measuring out friendship and affection grudgingly, spoonful by spoonful, as if it was some sort of rationed luxury that one hid in the back of a cupboard. It's not my nature, and I can't do it.
Heaven forbid that you should try.
No, you think I behave disgracefully. You disapprove. Oh, I know you do.
My dear Helen.
You think I'm immoral? Well, you can't deny it.
Immoral? Well, in a sense, perhaps.
There.
You know, I sometimes think that all really attractive, generous, and lovable women have something of the harlot about them.
Robert!
I don't mean it offensively.
Oh, isn't that delightful? Isn't that typical? So polite. So English. I don't mean it offensively. Ah, and you're so right, darling. You're perfectly right. I'm a wanton, shameless creature. And you're so patient, so well-behaved. And I treat you quite shamefully. Oh, yes, I do. Quite disgracefully. Aren't you tired of me? Aren't you sorry you didn't marry some really nice, virtuous, dependable young English spinster? Aren't you? Aren't you, darling?
Helen.
Nobody's looking. Don't be so respectable.
You're mad. You'll never make it.
Ooh, Julietta was nearly over that time. Don't go under the trees. Oh, there. What did I say?
Has she hurt herself?
Oh, not a bit. Well, I'm beginning to feel like a nice hot cup of tea, Colonel.
Yes. I think I'll come with you.
It won't go off, will it? Your gun.
Go off?
I'm terrified of firearms.
No. See, it's empty.
Yes, but I believe even empty ones, sometimes dreadful accidents happen. Oh, here comes Mrs. White. On Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, she walks down the river to the bridge and back. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays, she goes the other way to the village. Lovely afternoon, isn't it, Mrs. White?
Yes.
Won't you...
No, don't move, please. Have you had any sport, Colonel Selby? I thought I heard 2 shots.
Yes, I fired twice at a snipe and missed it clean.
I heard a cock pheasant somewhere.
Now, if you could shoot that.
It's a pleasant noise in the stillness of a winter evening. The woods seem silent and deserted. And then you hear suddenly this noise of life. Oh, the girl skates quite nicely.
Yes. And, of course, Mr. Winterhalter's there with her mother. If he knew what a fool he was making of himself. I've never seen anyone come over quite so sloppy. He gazes at her like a spaniel.
She's very attractive, very self-confident. I imagine she's always been a success.
Rolling in money. And tonight we're all drinking their champagne. 6 bottles.
No doubt it's amusing to astonish the bourgeois. Oh, it's chilly. I shall go in.
She can't bear them. She can't bear them. She's jealous, of course. I believe she was pretty well off some time ago, and she's never got over it. Some people are lucky in life, others aren't. But it's no good complaining. You've got to be philosophical.
My wife was very good at skating. To glide about on ice with the sun shining and the snow glistening all round and a band playing. Oh, it's an exhilarating sensation.
Well, one can imagine what it was like once upon a time when all these walks were beautifully kept and there were gardeners to trim the hedges and sweep up the dead leaves.
Must have been beautiful.
Oh, but at my age, I rather like this atmosphere of decaying splendor. It's melancholy, of course, but restful. I'm a romantic, Mr. Winterhalter.
Ah, evidently.
Oh, how I like to see a man with a gun. When I was a girl, I used to load for my father sometimes. Oh, the excitement of it with the beaters shouting, over, over. You ought to shoot, Robert.
Bad luck on the birds, I say.
Of course, the whole business is highly immoral, really, quite shocking. But the sheer ridiculous extravagance of it only added to the pleasure. There's hardly anything ridiculous and extravagant left for us now. Oh, except Ascot and the House of Lords. The world is getting duller and duller. There, I've lost one of my nice new gloves.
Oh, well, perhaps you dropped it by the lake. Shall I stroll back?
I'll go with pleasure.
No, I'll go.
No, please, don't anybody bother. I'm so careless.
No trouble at all.
They've both gone. I've disturbed everybody. Colonel Selby! Colonel Selby!
Oh, it's no use shouting. He's a bit deaf. I'm going in for tea. I'll tell him.
Well, tell him I'm not at all sure that I have both of them with me. Thank you so much. Robert, what's the time?
4:15.
Do you notice how interminable the days are here? How these people don't die of boredom living here month after month.
They haven't had much chance of dying of boredom since our arrival, anyway.
Have we caused a commotion? Well, really, they ought to be grateful. Oh, look at poor little Winterhalter, searching for my glove as if his life depended on it. Poor little man.
I meant to speak to you about him.
I know what you're going to say, that it isn't fair, that I'm leading him up the garden path. I know. But is it all selfishness? Oh, now put yourself in his position. Wouldn't you sooner be hopelessly in love with some unattainable woman than not be in love at all? Living here like a cabbage. Wouldn't you? And suppose he does suffer. Suppose he does weep. Well, I've wept for love 12 times. We all have. That's life.
That's tea.
I should like to leave here tomorrow. For one thing, I'm bored. And secondly, there's an atmosphere about this place that makes me sad. Take me in, dear. Tomorrow there must be a change. We must have a thaw. We really must.
I'll arrange it.
I came to fetch Johnny.
Oh, he's down at the lake still.
Thank you. It's getting so late. Johnny?
Seriously, surely something can be done about the car. Well, with chains, for instance. We might at least get as far as Yelverton.
I found it.
Found what?
Her glove. She lost the glove, and I found it over there by the pond.
How clever of you. She's just gone in. You'd better run along quickly after her.
Yes. You look so angrily at me.
Angry? I'm not angry, but I'm sorry to see you making such a fool of yourself.
Is it very noticeable?
Noticeable? Can't you see they're all talking about it and laughing at you? Yes, laughing at you. I never knew a man could behave so foolishly, at least not a man of your age. It would be funny if it weren't so sad. Don't you realize that in a day or two she'll go away, that she'll have forgotten your name before she even gets halfway to London? She's only amusing herself with you because she's bored.
It's not true.
To imagine she loves you, is even interested in you. It's so absurdly naive, so childish. Do you think she hasn't a dozen more attractive admirers in London, and lovers too, probably?
That's shameful, outrageous.
Just because she's elegant, just because she speaks half a dozen words of German and has been to Vienna, you're hypnotized by her. Don't you see it can all come to nothing? Nothing at all. You're so kind, so sensitive. I can't bear to see you lose your head for a woman like that. What can it end in but unhappiness? And meanwhile, everybody laughs at you and despises you for being such a fool. I think I shall always hate snow now, as long as I live.
Evelyn, I must ask you, please, to mind your own business. You have no right to speak to me like this.
No right? A year ago, you were glad enough for me to speak to you when everyone else ignored you or made fun of you. Now this woman comes along with her wealth and her continental glitter, and you discover I'm just a dull, uninteresting creature who must be treated as a servant and mind her own business. I won't run after him as if I were a schoolmistress.
I can't help it. I tell you, I can't help it.
What can't you help, Mr. Winterhalter? Do
Nothing.
tell us.
Nothing.
Goodness, what's that? Is the house on fire?
It's only Mother ringing for tea. She's madly punctual with meals. Yes, we're 7 minutes late.
It's no use. I can't hurry.
When did you learn to skate?
Oh, ages ago. I was taught at St. Moritz.
I suppose to go to Switzerland. It's pretty expensive.
Well, there are pensions and little places where they charge practically nothing at all. Why not come?
What?
I'm going at the end of January. I'd teach you to skate in no time, and we'd waltz together. Honestly, it's tremendous fun. Do come. Why don't you?
I should like to. More than anything in the world. But I don't suppose for a minute I shall be able to.
Why ever not?
Well, you know, I'm supposed to have a weak chest. Last winter I was in bed for 4 months, and I'm not supposed to get tired and so on. Of course, I'm much, much better now. I only cough occasionally.
Johnny! Johnny!
Yes, coming. You know, I feel perfectly certain that if I could get right away from here for perhaps a year or so, I should soon be completely cured. I'm so tired of this place, Tonetta. Of course, it's imagination, but some days I have the impression that the trees, the ivy, the undergrowth, and the weeds are all going to grow higher and higher until they cover the house and choke me. What I would like to do more than anything in the world, what I dream of, is to go on some kind of polar expedition and live for a year, 2 years in the Arctic, where there is nothing but clean, biting air to breathe, and space and silence and whiteness.
If that's what you want, then I expect you will. I believe one only has to desire something desperately for it to happen eventually.
Do you really believe that?
Absolutely.
Perhaps it seems to you quite a simple matter to go to Switzerland. But for us, it's about as accessible as the end of a rainbow.
Suppose I lend you the money. Say, £50?
£50?
For that matter, I could give it to you without noticing it, if you'd accept it.
Give it me?
Well, why not? I'm rich, you're poor. It seems quite natural.
It's not natural at all. It's simply quite unbelievably kind. And out of the question, of course.
But if you had my money and nothing to do but amuse yourself, well, you'd think it perfectly natural to help your friends, wouldn't you? If only as a sop to your conscience.
But I couldn't...
People are so extraordinary about money. They're always taking attitudes and feeling insulted. Oh, if you need the money, why not take it? Why not?
Johnny, dear, the time. Didn't you hear me call?
Yes, Mother.
It's my fault, Mrs. Daly. I was keeping him. I've been trying to persuade him to come to Switzerland with some friends of mine next month.
Switzerland? Oh, well, really, I think that's a matter for the doctor to decide.
I should very much like to lend him the money, if it would help. It's so easy for me.
It's very kind of you, but of course we couldn't consider that at all. Tea's been on the table for 10 minutes, Miss Landy.
I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to interfere. It was just an idea.
It's really such impertinence of people. Just because they have money to think it gives them the right to arrange other people's affairs.
She meant it kindly.
Ever since they've been here, they've done nothing but upset and annoy people. Treating us as if we were just servants.
But, Mother...
It's so hurting. When one has tried one's best to do the right thing, when one has worked and saved, to have an ignorant girl come along with her grand ideas offering money as if she were a duchess. Haven't I always done my best for you, Johnny? Haven't I?
Oh, yes, Mother, yes. For goodness sake, don't let's talk about it. It was only an idea.
I don't want to deprive you of anything that would do you good, dear. If the doctor thinks you should go to Switzerland, then go you shall, whatever sacrifices we have to make. But you know what he said, dear. You must rest. You must go to bed early and avoid all excitement. Try to be content to live quietly, Johnny.
Live quietly? Yes, but what for, Mother? In God's name, what for?
Oh, my dear.
To creep through the world in cotton wool, never putting one's nose outside to smell what life is like? To have one's whole existence regulated by a dumpy little doctor with a threepenny thermometer? If that's the only life I can ever look forward to, then I'd just as soon not live at all.
Oh, Johnny! Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
There, Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It was just an explosion, you know. Of course I'll be patient. Now, there, don't cry, darling. I was only joking. You're perfectly right, of course, and I must live quietly. Don't worry. I'll be patient. You'll see. I'll be patient.
Just a second, dear.
Oh, heavens, if I drink any more, I shan't be able to tell one card from another.
I suppose she's never drunk champagne before.
I beg your pardon?
I can't shout it. Oh, 11:30. Personally, I'm ready for bed.
Nobody's going to bed until midnight on New Year's Eve. Oh, Robert, dear, poor Mrs. White has had nothing to drink all evening.
Come along, Mrs. White.
Thank you. Johnny, dear, it's so late.
Mrs. Daly, a glass of champagne?
No, thank you very much. I'm afraid wines and spirits don't agree with me.
Just a little longer, Mrs. Daly.
It's a special occasion.
Oh, very well then. A little longer.
I've never felt better. I shall take to drinking champagne regularly.
Splendid.
I've had too much already, you know.
Well, for once, I don't think it'll hurt you.
Very well, then. Thank you.
Partner!
Hark at Mrs. Ashworth. But she's very good-hearted. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I shall go to sleep if we don't finish this rubber soon.
Oh, rise and shine, Miss Landy. Rise and shine, dear. It's your deal.
Rise and shine, these extraordinary barrack room expressions.
Now, Julius, what were we talking about?
The future. Please tell me the future.
Now, let me look in your hand. Let me reflect. There's nothing like champagne for inspiring clairvoyance. I see a change in your fortunes followed by a series of journeys.
Yes?
You mustn't allow circumstances to dishearten you. Well, we're none of us presented with happiness on a plate, you know. We must continually pursue it in spite of all obstacles. Well, just as a huntsman will plunge into a dark forest in pursuit of his quarry.
I think that's extremely funny.
It's not as funny as you think, my dear girl. There's a sound philosophical truth behind it.
Mother always starts getting philosophical about this time of night.
2 hearts. 2 hearty-top.
That voice.
Don't pay any attention to them, Julius. I see clear signs of a new happiness in your hand. Worry and loneliness are behind you, and you are about to enter, as it were, the gateway of adventure.
Hooray!
Oh, be quiet, Tonetta.
He's swallowing every word, aren't you, Mr. Winterhalter? He's quite spellbound.
Please, Edith.
Tell me something now, Mrs. Lancaster, something really wonderful. Tell me I'm going to marry a beautiful young man with 2,000 a year and live happily ever after.
It's an interesting hand. I should say your character is full of strange contradictions. Your personality is complicated.
Imagine that.
And I should say you had some kind of a disappointment a few years ago. There's something like a scar on your heart line.
I don't believe you can see that at all. You've been talking to Mother or Johnny.
My dear girl, if you don't believe me, why ask me to read your hand?
Oh, no, do go on. I'll believe anything you say, really I will. But don't tell me about the past, all that's so terribly dreary. Tell me about the future.
Your line of life is strong. I don't see any sign of serious illness. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Oh, she's telling the truth. In vino veritas.
I see quite a happy marriage, but not for a few years. You must be patient. Your heart line suggests that there's quite a lot of happiness in store for you.
Happiness? Johnny, do you hear? There's happiness in store for me.
Hallelujah.
Shall I be rich? Oh, do tell me, shall I be rich?
You will not.
Money brings its own troubles, doesn't it?
No, I can't see any more.
Thank you so much. Happiness is in store for me. After all, I suppose it is possible.
Fill my glass, Julius. There's a dear. Tell me when you're coming to stay with us in London.
Well, I thought...
What about the week after next? Tony, what night are we going to Covent Garden for the Mozart?
The 11th.
Ah, then you must come on the 10th, and you shall come with us. It isn't Salzburg or Vienna, but still, it's adorable music. You shall stay a week or 10 days, and I'll introduce you to a delightful friend of mine who'll make you feel, well, a little less of a stranger. He was our secretary to the embassy in the days of that poor, unhappy little dolphin.
So kind of you.
Kind? It will be lovely. We'll poke around the art galleries together and be quite bohemian.
It's not kind, you know.
I beg your pardon?
Playing with people's hopes and dreams. You shouldn't do it, Mrs. Lancaster.
Dear girl, what nonsense.
You're strong. It doesn't matter to you. But most of us spend all our time trying not to hope for what is quite unattainable, trying to be content with what we have. It's not kind to make us dream of the waters of the moon, of all kinds of happiness that are out of reach. Why do you come here to disturb us all?
Evelyn.
Oh, poor dear, she's overexcited.
Oh, you think you're going to Switzerland, don't you, John? And Mr. Winterhalter thinks, well, really, I don't know what nonsense he thinks. Something ridiculous.
Please.
And I'm to be married and live happily ever after. One day. Such splendid futures are waiting for us all. Next year, sometime, never.
I think perhaps you should go to bed.
Why don't you leave us alone, Mrs. Lancaster? We aren't your sort of people at all, you know. We are just dull little people leading dull little lives in a backwater.
Evelyn, for heaven's sake.
Nonsense, my dear girl. Nobody's dull. We're all of us extremely interesting.
I tell you, we're dull. And I ought to know. I'm an expert on dullness. Dull? Huh. This is Ditchwater Hall.
Evelyn.
Don't stare at me, John. I'm all right. Why don't you go on with your game?
Wouldn't you like to go to bed?
What a beautiful dress that is. Is it real silk? Oh, yes, it is. Mine's real imitation wool.
It's very nice.
Oh, do you think so? I'll change with you if you like. I've only had it for about 7 years.
Evelyn.
Now, come along, dear. We'll go upstairs together and you'll have a nice lie down.
What's the matter, Mrs. Ashworth?
You take an aspirin and pop into bed and you'll be as right as rain in the morning.
I don't want to pop anywhere. And I don't want to see the new year in.
Oh, dear.
I expect it will look exactly like the old one. I don't see the sense of us sitting here drinking and being sentimental just because another stupid year is starting. Now, if you could put back an old one occasionally, that might be worth celebrating. There are 1 or 2 old years I can remember that I wouldn't mind having over again. Well, there's one anyway. But the new year, you can have it, all of you. I don't want it. It's no good to me.
Oh, well, there's a cheerful way to talk. Now, you say good night, dear, and come along with me. There's a good gal.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, Mrs. Lancaster, and thank you so much for inviting Johnny and me to your party.
Good night. I hope you feel better in the morning.
Schlafen Sie wohl, Herr Winterhalter. You see, I speak German too. Sprachen, sprach, gesprochen.
That's right, dear. You come along.
I'm not in the least sleepy. Gute Nacht, meine Damen und Herren. Schlafen Sie wohl.
I'm so sorry. She doesn't use... Well, I hope you don't think
No,
that
my
Evelyn...
dear boy, I think nothing at all. It's of no kind of significance whatsoever.
I haven't heard her speak as much as that in the 3 years I've been here.
Then we've achieved something. That's all to the good.
She wouldn't let me take her upstairs. Said I was to go back and enjoy myself. Poor thing, she's just had one too many, I'm afraid. As a matter of fact, I feel a bit silly myself. Don't you, Mrs. White?
I do not, as it happens.
Oh, well, there's no need to bite my head off. There is no need to get on your high horse. I dare say you do think I'm rather a vulgar sort of creature, but there it is. You must make the best of it. We all have to live in that station of life to which it has pleased God to call us.
Fiddlesticks.
It is not fiddlestick.
Pass the wine, Robert. I quite agree, Mrs. Ashworth. The rich man in his castle, the poor man at his gate, each has his place in the scheme of things.
Oh, that's all very well for the rich man.
Well, it's all very well for everybody.
Suppose you had been the daughter of a poor Neapolitan laundress.
I should have accepted the conditions of my birth. I should have made just as good a washerwoman as anyone else. Just as good. And probably I would have contrived to have got myself kept by a wealthy spaghetti manufacturer.
Oh, darling.
I should have been perfectly happy and contented, and I certainly shouldn't have sat about feeling sorry for myself.
I don't know whether that remark is intended to suggest that some people here sit about feeling sorry for themselves.
I'm suggesting nothing. I merely state that I would never have been aimless or hopeless under any circumstances. One who has never turned his back but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would rise or break or whatever it is. I've always admired Browning.
God in his heaven, all's right with the world. Boot, saddle, to horse and away.
I beg your pardon, what was said?
That was Browning.
Oh, Browning, yes.
I rather like Browning.
Of course you do.
Yes, of course he does. He's 22 years old and all his life before him. I'm 65, and I naturally prefer something a little more adult, shall we say. Something that gets rather nearer to the heart of things.
But you assume sadness is at the heart of things, whereas I see gaiety. Now, that's the difference between us.
It's not the only one. Our circumstances are hardly similar, are they? You're still young enough to live for the future. I'm not. One day, you too may be left only the pleasures of recollection. I should advise you to bear that in mind.
Really, this sermonizing and on New Year's Eve.
Now, Helen, I think this would be an excellent moment to start talking about something quite different.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't care what I talk about.
What's the time?
5 minutes to midnight. In 5 minutes, we shall stand on the threshold of a new year, my friends.
Well, it's been a very jolly evening, eh?
Jolly evening. He hasn't been conscious for more than 10 minutes.
There's still a bottle of champagne.
Then pass it in mercy's name. I'm parched. I don't know why, but the end of the year always excites me somehow.
Time like an ever-rolling stream.
Oh, let's make a noise. Let's have a little life and gaiety. Turn on the wireless. We can't let the poor old year slink out unwept, unhonoured, and unsung. Roll back the carpet. Oh, dear. There, that's better.
Oh, I haven't danced for years, but I don't mind trying. Come on, Mr. Winterhalter.
Splendid, splendid. Goodness knows why I'm so noisy and excited.
Oh, dreadful noise. Quite dreadful.
Oh, really, Mrs. White?
So typical.
Well, don't you think that's a little high-handed? Why shouldn't the young people dance and amuse themselves for once?
I've no objection to them dancing, but I object very much to that vulgar, ugly noise.
Well, how can we dance without music?
Now, try to be a little understanding. Didn't you like to dance when you were young?
If you still wish to dance, I will play for you. Now dance if you want to.
Would you believe it?
I'm beginning to like this woman. Dance, everybody. You should be good at this, Julius. Come on.
Shall we, Tanetta?
Of course.
I'm afraid we're keeping you from your bed, Colonel.
It isn't so much my head as my digestion. It's always the same after sprouts.
Oh, stop! Stop, everybody! Listen.
Yes, the bells.
Oh.
The bells are ringing out the old year. Glasses, everybody. We must drink a toast to it. Oh, what a moment this is. It always makes me feel emotional. One is conscious suddenly of time passing, of standing poised between the past and the future. Now, silence, everybody.
He always makes a speech on New Year's Eve.
Midnight. Hail and farewell. Oh, you mustn't mind me being sentimental and silly. I can't help it on New Year's Eve. May the new year bring you all nearer to your heart's desires. May you find health and vigor, John, my dear boy, and a new interest in life.
Thank you.
And may our Austrian friend discover a companionship in England that will cheer him in his exile.
Thank you.
Oh, it's been such a pleasant, cheerful evening. I feel quite warm with friendship. Thank you all for your kindly welcome to us. And now let us raise our glasses and drink to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the new year.
The new year.
Just be forgotten, never overlooked.
Now join hands, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should just like to say on behalf of the inmates, if that's the word I mean, how grateful we are to Mr. and Mrs. Lancaster for arranging this very jolly party for us tonight and providing us with so much delicious wine.
You're most generous.
I'm sure we've all enjoyed it very much, and it certainly made a nice change. But let's enjoy the day as and so say all love us. Hooray!
How kind, how very kind. We do thank you, we do indeed.
It's raining. It's raining. I've just been out and there's a soft, wet wind and everything's thawing and dripping and the snow is sliding off the roof and off the trees. Look, I'm quite wet.
Oh, a thaw, thank goodness. Then it looks as if we shall be able to go tomorrow.
Yes, you'll be able to go tomorrow.
Oh, delightful. Speed the parting guests.
I didn't mean
Why
that.
don't you go to bed, spoiling everything?
She didn't mean, I'm sure. Johnny, dear, bedtime.
Yes, all right, Mother, all right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Lancaster. And thank you, sir.
I did enjoy it. I really did.
Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you before you go, Tanetta.
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, I'm suddenly so sleepy I can hardly keep my eyes open. Bed, Robert, dear. Tomorrow morning we must pack.
So tomorrow you'll be gone.
Ah, but we shall see you again. I hope we'll see all of you whenever you come to London. Look in whenever you like. We're just off Grosvenor Square. Where's my bag?
Here.
Oh, thank you, dear. Good night, Colonel Selby.
Good
Oh,
night.
no. Don't settle down again, whatever you do, or you'll fall off to sleep.
Oh, I'm going to bed at once.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. White. Isn't she funny? Oh, she's such a character. She intrigues me enormously. I'm only sorry I didn't get to know her better.
Good night, Mr. Winterhalter.
Good night.
After you, Colonel.
Oh, thanks.
Good night, Winterhalter.
Good night.
Extra Cuvée, 1945. I must remember that. One day when I'm engaged to marry my handsome young man, I shall make him take me to a restaurant. I shall say to him, I want a bottle of Extra Cuvée, 1945. Oh, poor young man. Whatever would he say? Perhaps I shall keep this bottle and sleep with it under my pillow.
Good night.
Good night. Poor silly Mr. Winterhalter. Did you think I was rude, Mrs. White? I didn't mean to be. Or did I, perhaps? I don't know. Nothing seems to matter tonight. Nothing. But I'm glad they're going tomorrow. They don't belong in a place like this, among people like us. It's as if some beautiful swans had suddenly landed on a duck pond and all the ugly ducks felt envious of their fine feathers. The girl is beautiful, isn't she? Perhaps I could be pretty if I didn't always feel so tired, so bad-tempered. If I didn't have to work so hard every day. Every day. My face is beginning to get quite lined, and I'm not yet 30. Don't you think life is unfair to some people?
It's stupid to talk like that. Life isn't fair or unfair or tragic or comic or anything else. Life is life, that's all. One must accept it.
I like Chopin. Do you know the sad little prelude all on one note? Yes, that's the one. Go on playing. He used to play that. How I wish I could sit here like this forever. If only the morning would never come.
Good morning, Mrs. White.
Good morning.
So typical of Devonshire, isn't it? One day it's bitterly cold, the next the wind has changed, the sun shines, the snow's disappeared, and all at once there's a feeling of April. Colonel Selby says it's the Gulf Stream.
Yes, one does get a comparatively short winter here, though goodness knows it feels quite long enough.
During the war, I once had to spend a whole winter in Lancashire. There's no Gulf Stream there.
Mm-hmm.
My husband tells me you used to have a nice old house near Andover.
Yes, between Andover and Weyhill.
Well, next time you're in London, perhaps you'll come and see us.
Oh, it's very kind of you. I'm afraid I hardly ever go to London nowadays. I'm a complete country bumpkin now.
I don't think I should care to live permanently in the country. In fact, I'm sure I shouldn't. Well, the autumn, for instance, it's so dreadfully depressing. Well, Tony, dear?
It won't be long now. The breakdown people are just hauling it out of the ditch. You haven't seen Johnny Daly, have you?
He's in bed. He's got a temperature, poor boy.
Then he is ill. Oh, it's really dreadful, isn't it, at that age?
Yes, it's sad, very sad, poor boy. Oh, if Robert doesn't hurry, we shan't get to the Maitlands for lunch.
Mrs. White, I wonder if I might ask you to give John Daly a message for me, if I don't see him before we go.
Oh, now, darling, you can't worry Mrs. White like that. It's too silly.
Oh, it's no trouble. What would you like me to tell him?
Oh, just that I'm sorry I didn't see him again, and that I hope he gets better, and that I'll write to him. I should hate him to think I'd just gone off and forgotten.
I dare say he'll be down again in a few days. I'll tell him.
Thank you. These people make me feel guilty. We seem to have so much, and they so little. Their lives seem to be so drab. Do you know who lights the fire in the morning and sweeps out the room before breakfast? Evelyn Daly. And she's done it every day for years. And I suppose she'll go on doing it. I've never lit a fire in my life.
Oh, my dear girl, there are hundreds and thousands of people doing precisely the same thing all over the country. I'm sure it's most disagreeable, and I'm extremely grateful I haven't got to do it myself.
Is that all?
All? Well, what else can one say? There are millions of people in the world with lives 10 times as drab as Evelyn Daly's. And hundreds and thousands suffering from starvation and illness and, every sort of misery. But what can one do? Where can one start? Well, as well try to mop up the sea with a pocket handkerchief.
I feel I should like to do something.
Yes, well, you do anything you please, dear, and you'll probably get no thanks for it.
Don't you ever feel that you almost hate your money and your leisure? Well, doesn't it ever seem to you that you've no right to it, and that you're simply skating over the surface of life, without seeing or understanding what's happening beneath you?
Oh, darling, you're so sweet. You're so serious. But I understand quite a lot, you know. And I'm sensible enough to realize that I can't turn the world upside down, whatever I do.
Oh, don't be so superficial.
Don't speak to me like that, dear. I don't like it. You're a little too young to know quite what you're talking about. Oh, you're a silly child.
I'm just going to finish my packing.
Did you hear that, Julius? Such a difficult age when they're just growing out of childhood.
So serious.
As one gets older, the mind gradually builds for itself a kind of protective armor. But when one is 18 and begins to see for the first time all the inescapable sadness of life, one is so tender at that age and so easily wounded. Oh, now she's unhappy because John Daly has a weak chest, because Evelyn Daly has to scrub and clean and light fires. She'd like to take the whole hotel under her wing. Well, one's sorry, of course, but one must be reasonable.
Yes, one must be reasonable. When I was quite a successful sort of person some years ago, I was often asked for help by rather unfortunate people. And when one was busy, one found such people rather a nuisance and really wished they would go away with their shabby clothes and their sad faces. Misfortune separates one from the happy and successful. It is as if one had some sort of infectious disease. So I think perhaps it would be best for me and for you if I were to decline your kind invitation.
Oh, what nonsense, Julius. Of course you're coming. It's quite settled. The only difficulty is the dates. Robert reminded me there were some people coming on the 11th, and then we're going away, so it will have to be, well, say, early in March. What I'll do is write to you nearer the time, and I shan't take no for an answer. Oh, you smile as though you didn't believe me. Do you think I'm insincere?
You are very kind, but I don't think I should like to come to your house. I have another suit, but it's older and shabbier than this one, and I have no evening dress. I should feel out of place. Do you understand?
Oh, nonsense. I'm sure you wouldn't. And what do clothes matter?
Not very much, perhaps, except that they remind me that I am what I am. A homeless refugee receiving charity.
Ah, now that's being touchy and difficult and silly.
Yes? Well, you know, I am rather touchy and silly nowadays. And that's so boring for other people, so tiresome. Don't you see? There are some friendships that should be short and sweet, that should be exciting for a few hours or a few days, and then melt away like the snow. Look at me, Helen. Will you really be very disappointed if you don't see me again? Come, you are a frank woman, an honest woman. You are not afraid to tell me the truth.
Dear Julius, I shall always have a special place in my heart for you. Whenever it snows, I shall think of my little Viennese friend in Devonshire.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so wise, so very wise. That's the whole art of friendship, to know when to kiss and part. Ah, here's our sportsman. And what's in your bag today, Colonel?
Oh, I didn't shoot anything today, I'm afraid. There was some nice snipe about, but they were all too quick for me. Still, it's a nice walk. The great thing is to enjoy nature. After all, one doesn't want to kill the birds, really. Oh, I put one foot in a sort of bog.
No, I should think you did. Just look at it.
Mother wants to know if you're staying for lunch or would you like sandwiches?
Oh, how very kind of her. But we're supposed to be lunching with friends at Yelverton. Oh, goodness knows when we shall get there at this rate. Oh, for goodness sake, go and change your stockings, Colonel Selby. Do you want to catch your death of cold?
Yes. Yes, very well. I think I will.
I don't really know why I should interfere with him, but I can't bear silliness. I'm afraid he'd get on my nerves very quickly. Is your mother anywhere about, Miss Daly?
Yes, I think she's in the kitchen.
Well, I'll just go and finish packing. Then I should like to have a word with her.
Why are you looking so sad, Julius? You'll be seeing her again in a few weeks. You're going to stay with them in London, aren't you? Oh, I'm sure you'll have a very gay time with dinner parties and concerts and all the rest of it, and you'll meet a lot of interesting people. I don't suppose you'll even come back here. We shan't be smart enough for you. Well, to tell you the truth, I shan't care very much if you don't. I think I was happier here before you came. Much happier. What could be stupider than caring for somebody who falls head over heels in love with the first middle-aged woman who comes along?
Please, stop.
Well, isn't it true? You do love her, don't you?
Will you please stop talking about it, please?
Perhaps you won't believe me, but I'm sorry for you. Yes, I'm sorry.
I don't want your sympathy. I want nobody's sympathy. Do you understand? Don't talk to me, not now. Just leave me alone, will you, please?
All right. If that's what you want.
There's a fallen tree across the front drive.
Your car is rescued?
Yes, it's quite all right. I've just brought it round to the stables.
Oh, well, you'll be able to move on.
I believe you're coming up to stay with us a little later on, aren't you? My wife mentioned something.
Yes. It was most kind of Mrs. Lancaster. But I told her this morning that I'm very much afraid I shan't be able to manage it. I'm working on an opera, It's difficult to make plans.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very interested in music, as an amateur, I mean, and perhaps if you required any financial assistance...
For what?
Well, this opera you mentioned.
Oh, yes. No, I don't think so. But it's most kind of you to offer. Very kind.
I just remembered that I'd left my gun here. I was afraid Mrs. Ashworth might have seen it. Oh, women are funny about firearms, very funny.
I think I shall go for a stroll before lunch. In case I don't see you again, I shall say goodbye, Mr. Lancaster.
Oh, goodbye, Winterhalter, and good luck.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a snapshot of us all sitting in the sun on New Year's Day. You will come, won't you, Mrs. White?
Must I?
Oh, please do. I want everybody.
Yes, I always look so miserable in photographs.
Where's Mr. Winterhalter?
Over there somewhere.
Mr. Winterhalter!
I gather your car has been rescued, Mr. Lancaster.
Yes.
You'll be glad to leave, I expect. There's really nothing whatever to do.
Mr. Winterhalter!
When one lives permanently in a place, one gradually slips into a kind of routine, and then the days pass very quickly.
Yes, that's true. Just to give you an instance now, Monday we have cottage pie for lunch. Invariably. Well, believe me or not, it seems sometimes that we're eating cottage pie every third day. It's amazing, you know. Yes, time certainly passes. Tempus fugit.
No sign of him. And oh, where's the Colonel gone? Oh, I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed the party last night, Mr. Lancaster. Last year, you know, it was very quiet. We were all in bed by 10:30. And I remember waking up at midnight and hearing the bells and thinking, whatever's that? It quite startled me till I realised it was only the new year coming in. And for some reason, I felt so sad I could have burst into tears. Silly.
Mrs. Lancaster says she's ready for you to take the suitcases.
Oh, thank you. I'll go and fetch them.
I don't expect you and your mother will be sorry to see them go. Must have meant a lot of extra work.
Oh, the work doesn't matter.
There should be some chance of a bath tonight, anyway.
Poor girl. She's had her nose put out of joint, I'm afraid. Our little Austrian friend quite lost his head. What on earth he imagined could possibly come of it, I really don't know. Oh, dear. Oh, I'm not used to these late nights.
Go back when they've gone, Mother. Don't worry about me.
So silly, dear, when you've got a temperature. He insisted on getting up to see them go.
Oh, that's not sensible, Johnny. It really isn't.
I'll go back when they've gone.
See what I mean? How can one do?
By the way, Miss Landy asked me to give you a message.
A message?
She said if she didn't see you again, she would write.
Oh, thank you. She would write. She has an idea, you see, that I'd go out to Switzerland a little later.
Oh.
It's very good of you to help me, Colonel.
No, not at all.
I'll say goodbye then, Mrs. Ashford.
You just wait a minute. I'm going to take a photograph.
We're rather late, I'm afraid. I should go and get the car ready, pack the luggage.
Oh, I wanted to have everybody.
If there's time, I'll come back.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mrs. White.
Oh, goodbye.
I only hope we haven't been too much of a nuisance.
Of course not.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
But come back, do. Oh, would you gentlemen mind helping me to move the bench? It must be facing the sun.
Like this?
Yeah, well,
All
good
right,
luck.
Colonel, I can manage.
John, I thought you were in bed.
No, I'm quite all right. I just wanted to see you to say that I mean to come, if it can be arranged.
Oh, but that's splendid. Of course it can be arranged.
Now, the photograph.
Tonetta!
Yes, somehow I'll come.
I'll write to you.
Whatever happens, I'll come.
Tonetta, where's the hat box?
I've got it, darling.
Oh, Mrs. Lancaster, will you come in the middle? Would you mind? And we'll have a nice group.
Oh, you can't want to photograph me.
Yes.
Besides, we're going. Well, I shall sit here for just 5 seconds and no more.
Now, if we only had Mr. Lancaster...
Won't we do? It's getting so late.
Oh, well, very well, then. Now, still, please. Colonel Selby, you're pulling faces.
You are not.
Poor man.
Now, everyone, look this way. Still. There.
Now, Tony, the car.
Goodbye, Mrs. White.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
It's been
Goodbye.
such fun. Can you manage that suitcase, John?
There we appear to be going at last. Oh, and what a beautiful morning we're leaving behind us. Really, it's enchanting here. It's quite enchanting. Look, the first snowdrops. Oh, bless their hearts. The promise of spring. You know, I believe I quite envy you all living in such a place.
Envious.
Oh, yes, I mean it. Oh, if only I could settle down in the country miles from anywhere and simply do nothing all day long but cultivate my garden and watch the seasons change. It's the only dignified way of living. I'm quite convinced of that. Now, I must rush. We're shockingly late. Goodbye to you all. I've so enjoyed meeting you. All of you. Oh, where's Mr. Winterhalter?
He went out for a walk.
Oh, well, do tell him... No. Just say goodbye to him for me, will you? Goodbye.
Goodbye.
There. They've gone.
Yes, today's Wednesday. They came on Saturday. 3 days and a bit.
I can't help laughing when I think of last night. That poor girl. Ah, here's Mr. Winterhalter. Now the party's complete. Mrs. Lancaster told us to say goodbye to you for her.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of her.
Last night I heard her inviting you to stay with her in London, didn't I? I do hope you'll go. I should like to know what sort of establishment they keep.
I think that was just one of those invitations that people make rather late at night.
Well, forward.
Johnny? Mother wants you. You ought to go back to bed.
Listen.
You'd better go. She's upset.
Oh, it's always the same. Excuse me.
Ah, lunch.
I hear a welcome sound.
Oh, he always says that. I hear a welcome sound.
Oh, do
Oh,
I?
you don't notice it perhaps, but you do, doesn't he?
No, we all have our pet habits.
That's true. After you, Mrs. White.
Oh, please go on.
This always happens, doesn't it? I say after you, and you say, please go on.
Well, coming, Winterhalter.
Yes, I'm coming.
Forward.
Winterhalter. Colonel Dummkopf.
I suppose it's too late, is it? They have gone.
Yes, they've gone.
Oh. I found this coat in Miss Landy's room. On it was this note. Dear Miss Daly, I am leaving this coat behind in the hopes you may find some use for it. T.L. I suppose this was left as a tip. It's quite ridiculous, and of course I shall have to send it back. I shouldn't think she's worn it 3 times. Must be worth at least £30. How can she imagine I could accept a present like that?
I don't know. Perhaps she meant it kindly.
Yes, but really, if it had been a scarf, say, or a pair of gloves, I could have accepted it. This is so much too much.
Do you like the coat?
Yes, of course I like it. It's a beautiful coat. I could never afford to buy anything half as good. But of course it's out of the question.
If you send it back, you will probably hurt her. Is that what you want to do?
Why did she leave it for me? I hardly spoke 3 words to her. She didn't even like me. Oh, I don't know. The fact is, I suppose that I'm gradually becoming the sort of person who takes offense at kindnesses, who can't say thank you for anything. Very well. I shall keep it. I shall sit down and write as nice a letter as I possibly can, thanking her for her generosity and kindness. I shall try for once to be a little generous, too. Oh, what am I crying for? What a miserable couple we are. Poor Julius. You know, I begin to think that the only sin in life is to be unhappy. How shameful it is to sit here in the sunlight nursing our little sorrows as if they were important.
What a fool I've been. Oh, what a fool.
Evelyn! Never mind. Never mind.
That was Coral Brown as Helen Lancaster and Virginia Maskell as Evelyn Daly in Waters of the Moon by N.C. Hunter, adapted for radio by Molly Hardwick. The rest of the cast was as follows: Mrs. White, Mary O'Farrell; Mrs. Ashworth, Dorothy Holmes Gore; Julius Winterhalter, Gerard Heinz; Colonel Selby, Martin Lewis; Mrs. Daly, Anna Burden; Robert Lancaster, Patrick Barr; John Daly, Peter Marinka; Tonetta, Eva Haddon. The pianist was Cicely Hoy, and the play which was recorded was produced by Betty Davis.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, missionary from the world of the mysterious and the macabre. Things would be better all around, easier certainly, if evil looked evil, sounded evil, smelled evil. Good and evil. It's reached a point where these days, to so many people, they appear to be so much alike. Our mystery drama, The Moonlighter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Way back in 1876, it was brewed and aged to deliver a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability found in no other beer at any price. I'm talking about Budweiser. And it's still brewed that way today, with pride, without compromise, to be the king of beers. The largest selling beer in the history of the world, for one simple reason: that beechwood-aged Budweiser taste. And that speaks for itself. Hear it talking?
When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beer. There is no other one. There's only something left, because the king of beer is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for Thanksgiving dinner? Your ShopRite supermarket has the answer. Start with turkey. ShopRite Young Grade A Tom, 16 to 24 pounds, 57 cents a pound. Or hens, 10 to 14 pounds, 63 cents a pound. Serve with ShopRite cauliflower or broccoli spears, just 99 cents for 4 10-ounce packages. And ShopRite jellied cranberry sauce, of course, 3 1-pound cans for 89 cents. For dessert, ShopRite premium quality Elizabeth York ice cream, 1/2 gallon for $1.39. Start a family tradition. Shop ShopRite for value.
She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Hey, skiers, get ready for the ski show, Expo Winter 75. This year, the focus is on the great ski bargain hunt, the best thing that ever happened to your ski budget. Plus a dozen different shows with champion freestylers, films and fashions, trips and tickets, and equipment displays for first-timers to hot doggers. Après-ski meet you at the brewery for music and mixing at the ski show, Expo Winter 75.
Take someone you like to the ski show opening Thursday at 6 at the New York Coliseum.
There is so much talk these days about the quality of life and how it's gone down. I'm not prepared to argue the point one way or another, but one thing I admit has certainly gone down. And that's the quality of argument, especially between husbands and wives. It seems to me that husbands and wives used to have heated, passionate arguments over great emotional issues, love, faithfulness, even sex. Today, it's mostly been reduced to ill-tempered spats and tantrums over money. Oh, is this our brave new world? Is this what it all comes down to? Well, Stanley and Gladys Morrison are at it again.
Well, what answer do you get?
I don't know. I've added it 3 times, and it keeps coming out differently.
Well, how can you concentrate on the figures with that damn recording blaring in your ears?
It is not a damn recording. It is Mozart.
I have to know how many checks you wrote this week.
Performed by the Boston Symphony.
I'd add it up myself, but I can't read your handwriting.
And what's his name is conducting.
You went to the most expensive girls' private school. You went to the most exclusive girls' college.
Darling, you've got it twisted. The private school was exclusive. The college was expensive.
Didn't they teach you to write?
Stanley, why do you become so excited about money?
Gladys, I don't want the account to be overdrawn.
Your cheeks are all flushed. Your eyes are filled with fire.
It's almost a sexual thing.
Gladys, listen to me.
But I've been listening, darling, and I have solved the problem. You don't want the checking account to be overdrawn? Well, let's just put in an extra $100 now and then to act as a sort of cushion.
In the first place, it's wrong. In the second place, I don't have an extra $100.
Oh, darling, you say that as if $100 is a fortune. I never heard you fuss like this over $100 before.
Gladys, we have to cut down.
Well, I do my best, darling.
Okay. I guess it's not fair.
No, it certainly isn't.
You were brought up a rich girl. You never learned how to worry about money.
Well, darling, it did seem silly to worry about money. After all, there was so much of it.
And when you married me, I was making plenty of money, huh?
And you still are.
No, I'm not making that much anymore.
Stanley, do you mean you received a cut in salary?
No.
Well, then how can you say you're not making as much money?
Because the money isn't worth as much. We simply have to economize.
All right. I'm willing.
We have to sit down and draw up an entire list of ways to save money.
Okay. Here's one. At the club, I won't order from the a la carte menu. I'll just have a sandwich and coffee.
What we should do is resign from the club.
What?
It's become very expensive.
Stanley, why suddenly? Are we... Well, is everything so tight?
I don't know, Gladys. Things have been going up, steadily, quietly, and one day you turn around and there just isn't enough money.
Why don't you ask for a raise?
A raise? Do you realize...
I realize that you're not getting paid what you're worth.
I'm not sure this is the right time.
All you have to say is, look, I must be paid more money. The dollar is worth only 57 cents now.
Oh, come on, Gladys.
That's what you told me it was worth. Say, look here, Chris. I have to resign from the country club. Take my daughter out of private school.
I can assure you that Chris Delavan couldn't care less whether I belong to a country club or send my daughter
I'm sure he does. That's the sort of man he needs. A man who travels in the kind of circles where he can meet potential customers.
Gladys, you should never ask your boss for a raise if you're not prepared to quit.
I know that.
Then you know I couldn't afford to quit.
I suppose not.
What does that mean?
Stanley, the minister said for richer, for poorer. I really wasn't paying much attention.
I'm sorry. It's the state of the economy.
No, I think it's the state of your mind. You are the most important man in that company.
Well, not really.
Why don't you ask for a raise?
I told you.
You didn't tell me the real reason. You're afraid.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Darling, this argument has lasted 6 minutes. If it goes on much longer, it will become a quarrel, then a conflict, which will lead to a rupture. And before we know it...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I know you will, Stanley, darling.
Chris, got a minute?
Sure thing, boy. What's on your mind, Stanley?
Well,
just a second. Wow.
What's the matter, Chris?
Oh, I'm beat. I need some coffee. You want a cup?
Okay.
Sally, bring in 2 coffees. Well, my boy, what can I do for you?
Chris, it seems to me
just a second. Sally, make mine black. Yeah, sure, Miss Louise. This one has to be told everything at least 400 times. Well, but that's my problem. What's your problem?
Well...
Hold it. How you want your coffee?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, Stanley, you're so easygoing.
Well, not anymore.
I wish I had your temperament. Especially last night. Oh, that was a session.
Well, Chris, I
really blew my stack last night, Stanley. And I guess I did it for you.
For me?
And for what I thought was best for this company. Chairman of the board took me to dinner. We had all this talk about the economy, how scarce money is.
And that's exactly why
Well, you know where that kind of talk leads. Where can we cut? And so old man Sullivan said, cut out the research department.
My department?
And do what, I asked. And he said, well, we can subscribe to outside services and get the same
No, but they
information.
can't get the same information, the same analysis.
Well, yeah, that's what it took me the better part of 5 hours to hammer into his skull. Well, anyhow, you're safe for at least a year. But, Stanley, you watch every dollar.
Okay, Stanley. Your turn. Hey, old buddy. You still have the eye, all 6 in the bullseye.
Just lucky, I guess. Hey, I see you have a new revolver, Frank.
Yeah, I picked me up a .357 Magnum.
Oh, that's a lot of gun.
Well, that's my motto. If you're going to have something, have a lot of it.
Yeah, but that's the kind of gun you use to kill people.
Well, that .38 of yours isn't exactly a little kid's water pistol either. Come on, let's go somewhere and have a drink, huh?
I have to be getting home.
No. You come with me. I have a serious matter to discuss. You know, Stanley, the only place I ever run into you these days is the pistol range. It's the only thing you haven't given up.
Ah, what are you talking about?
Well, nobody sees you anymore. You're never at the club for golf or tennis.
I've been busy.
Cora May says you and Gladys keep turning us down for dinner.
Well, we've had a lot of other things that are...
No, that's not the reason. You don't go out because you can't afford to return the hospitality.
Now, that's
the truth. And I've known it for a long time.
What? What do you think you know?
I know all the signs. I've been there myself. It's because there's no money. And suddenly your running expenses are draining you dry. And, well, you wonder how you'll ever...
Oh, it's the times, these crazy, twisted times.
Still, we've got to live in these times. They're the only ones we'll ever have.
I have to have some more money. Maybe I can take on another job or something.
Where? And will Delavan and Company take kindly to the head of their research department moonlighting? How would it look?
I don't know what to do, Frank. And Gladys, it'll kill her if it keeps up. No, you may laugh at that.
I'm not laughing.
She can't help the way she was brought up. And to me, it was so great that someone like her could fall for me. And you can laugh at that, too.
It isn't funny.
Sure, okay, we won't starve or even come close, but she can't have all the things she always took for granted. I mean, well, maybe it's wrong of her, maybe it's vanity, but, well, that's how she is.
I understand.
And then she won't leave me. And she'll always feel that I failed her, and I have.
Stanley, quit beating your breast and do something positive.
I tried. I was going to ask for a raise. Did Chris sense it? Did he finesse me? If it was a bluff, I just couldn't call it.
Look at me, Stanley. Now, I don't make as much money as you, and I've got just about the same expenses, okay? Well, I just bought myself this suit for 280 smackers. The car outside is brand new, and you know it's not cheap. Now, this summer, we spent a whole month in Europe. How do I do it?
You're in debt up to your ears.
No, not even for a nickel. Guess again.
You sold your soul to the devil.
Well,
what?
It's not a completely ridiculous answer.
What do you mean it's not a completely ridiculous answer?
There could be some truth to it.
Well, now I don't know what to say.
Well, you're on the right track.
Well, if that's the right track, that's as far as I want to go.
Suppose you could make yourself an extra 10 grand a year.
Doing what?
Tax-free.
Who would I have to kill?
I don't know. Yet.
What kind of an answer is that?
A truthful one.
Frank, do you know what you're saying?
Yes.
You're saying I would have to kill somebody.
That's right. Somebody who is, as yet, unknown.
Well, why would I want to kill anybody?
For money.
Oh, no.
You mean you'd do it for nothing?
I wouldn't do it at all.
That's what I had to find out.
Frank, hey, do you mean you're tied up with... You're involved... That you killed people?
Yes.
Yes. You sit there and you say yes so calmly. How can you say this to me? Aren't you afraid I'd go to the police?
No. In the first place, you're my oldest, closest friend. And I've taken you into my confidence.
Yeah, This has to do with murder.
In the second place, what could you go to the police with? What could you prove? And in the third place, after you think this over, you'll want to know more about it.
Oh, no, Frank. I know too much right now. And I don't want to hear one more word.
Okay, Stanley. I won't say one more word. Until you ask me. And so the seed has been planted. How like a growing thing a story is. In the first act, we plant the seed. In the second, we cultivate and water the soil. And in the third, we harvest the crop. What we don't know at this point is what kind of seed has just been planted. But something may start to flower when I return in just a few moments with Act Two.
Oh, I thought I saw a pretty cat. I did see a pretty cat.
Hi, I'm Mel Blanc, and that's another of my 1,000 voices. And that's why they asked me to tell you about lemon mint Listerine lozenges.
Because when your throat is hot and dry from a cold, they make it feel cool and soothed.
And Listerine's anesthetic medicine helps give fast, temporary relief from minor sore throat pain. Lemon mint Listerine lozenges. No matter how many voices you've got, you've only got one throat.
So you get Listerine lozenges, folks.
Use only as directed.
Well, good old Uncle Sam has done it again. If you know anybody on Social Security, listen to this. People who get Social Security checks will never again have to worry about them being late or lost or stolen. If you just fill out a simple form at the Lincoln Savings Bank, Uncle Sam will automatically deposit your Social Security check directly into your account at the Lincoln every month. No more waiting around for it to come. No more lost or stolen checks. No more standing in line to cash them. Every month, the day your check is due, the money is there in your account at the Lincoln, waiting for you to collect it or write payment orders the way you write ordinary checks or earning interest for you in a Lincoln savings account. Uncle Sam and the Lincoln do it all automatically. You don't have to do anything except fill out one form at any Lincoln branch or telephone 782-6000 and the Lincoln will mail it to you. The Lincoln Savings Bank, 782-6000. Member FDIC.
Tomorrow morning, listen to Rambling with Gambling, the program with all the degrees. There's Fahrenheit, Celsius, and there are some others, too. Dr. John Gambling here, inviting you to join me and the other doctor, Dr. Bob Harris, along with Peter Roberts, Jack Allen, Harry Hennessy, Henry Gladstone, Walter Spencer, George Meade, Fred Feldman, and the whole crew here in Studio 2. For our daily seminars over WOR Radio from 5 till 10 in the morning. Now, what courses would you like to take? We have music, news, sports, weather, traffic information, a little bit of alleged humor now and again, and just about everything else to start your morning right. That's Rambling with Gambling, daily, 5 till 10 in the morning here at WOR Radio, the talk of New York.
What's a country fresh flavor like Newco doing in a city like New York?
Newco's bringing country to the city. Newco's got that country fresh taste. Newco's bringing country to the city. Yeah. Newco puts a smile on your face.
Heck, I'm a big city now, but it wasn't always that way. I sure used to miss that back home country fresh taste of just fixed peas and carrots, corn and beans. Oh, my. But then Elsie Sue, she's really big city. She put me on to Newco margarine. It comes in both stick and soft forms, you know, and Newco's got a real country fresh taste that makes anything you put it on taste country good. So now it's Elsie and me and Newco margarine. We're in a big city to stay.
Newco's bringing country to the city. Yeah. Newco puts a smile on your face.
According to statistics, the majority of all arguments between husbands and wives are about money. Does this mean they don't have disagreements about other things? No. It only means they don't have long, drawn-out arguments about them. Money. They say it doesn't buy happiness. I suppose that all depends on what you mean by happiness.
Is that you, Stanley?
Yes, I'm home.
Hi.
What smells?
Oh, it's dinner. I'm afraid I burned it.
You burned it? Did you make dinner?
Of course.
What happened to Mrs. Soames?
Oh, well, I had to let her go.
You let her go?
We have to save money, don't we?
Yes, but you can't even boil water.
Well, I'll have to learn.
Look, Gladys,
Stanley, for the past few months, you've been telling me how terribly tight money has become. Now, is it true?
Well, yes.
The club, Judy's private school, the extra car, the boat, Mrs. Soames. We simply cannot afford all of those things anymore. Can we?
Well, it has to do with this inflationary period. Perhaps soon things will become normal.
And perhaps they won't. Perhaps this will become the new normal. Since you are unwilling or unable to make more money, all of this is merely idle chatter. Sit still. I'll get it. Hello? Yes, Colman. Oh, fine. Tuesday night for dinner.
Tell her we'll be back.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. We're tied up on Tuesday.
I said tell her we'll make it.
I'd love to play Cora May, but I'm afraid this week is out. I seem to have developed a tennis elbow. But we'll get together. Let me call you. Right. Bye.
I said to tell her we'd accept that invitation.
I am not accepting any hospitality I cannot afford to return.
And you go out and play tennis and golf.
Stanley, what are you saying?
I'm saying I half killed myself these past 20 years so that I could enjoy some decent living. Well, nobody's going to take it away from me. Well, Frank, dessert?
No, I don't want any dessert, and I don't want another cup of coffee or a liqueur. And we're the only ones left in the joint, so if you're ready to go, I am.
Frank, how can I make that extra 10 grand a year?
Well, actually, it could be much more than 10 grand. Lately, it seems there's quite a bit of work.
Just tell me how.
The underworld, the mob, the syndicate, call it whatever you want. They're getting away more and more from using their own people as executioners.
Oh, good Lord. What kind of conversation am I having?
We can stop anytime.
All right, let's stop. No. Go ahead.
And so, now, the trend is to look for respectable folk to do the job. People who would never be suspected. Look at me. An editor for a trade magazine. Now, who would ever suspect me? Look at you. A research analyst from a brokerage house. Who would suspect you?
It's this dealing with gangsters that scares me off.
You're not dealing with gangsters. This is a small private outfit created to fill a specific need.
But still...
And their clientele isn't restricted to the underworld. You'd be absolutely amazed how many law-abiding, reputable, upright people require this kind of service. There are times, it's unfortunate but true, when a well-placed bullet is the only solution to a problem.
But it's murder.
Yes.
I never killed anybody. The commandment says, thou shalt not kill.
You never killed anybody in Korea?
Oh, that was different.
Killing is killing.
But your conscience.
Each contract is worth between $2,500 and $3,000.
I thought it would pay a good deal more.
It does in real value when you consider it's tax-free. And you might do 5, 6, even 7 a year. No more money problems.
Suppose you get caught.
How can you get caught? Why should anyone even suspect you?
Maybe I'll try it once.
No, you can't try it to see if you like it. Once you're on board, you can't get off the ship.
Oh.
You can understand why.
Yeah.
Well, now you have to make the next move, Stanley.
Frank, I've been on a straight and narrow all my life.
I'll testify to that.
Nobody worked harder than I did.
That's a fact.
But I'm just not making out anymore. All of a sudden, I look around, I've gone through all my savings, and for what? Just to keep my head above water.
I've been through the same thing, Stanley.
Maybe my wife is vain, but that's her right. Maybe some people would look at me and say, he wants the frivolous things of this world.
How much longer do you need to talk yourself into it?
Where do I go?
You don't go anywhere. He comes to you. Oh, good evening. You must be Mrs. Morrison.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Mr. Ackroyd. I'm sorry to disturb you at home, but I have some contracts to discuss with Mr. Morrison.
Oh, well, please come in. Stanley, a gentleman to see you. Won't you sit down, Mr. Ackroyd?
Oh, thank you.
Who rang the bell, Gladys?
Mr. Morrison, my name is Ackroyd. A mutual friend suggested that we might do some business.
Oh?
Isn't that wonderful, Stanley? What business are you in, Mr. Ackroyd?
The removal business?
Oh, yes, I remember you, Mr. Ackroyd, and I have the pertinent information in my desk. Could you excuse us, darling?
Oh, certainly. And let me know if you gentlemen would like some refreshment.
Oh, that's so kind of you, Mrs. Morrison.
This way, Mr. Ackroyd.
Our mutual friend speaks highly of you, Mr. Morrison.
Well,
I have a contract for you. You must memorize all the details. All contracts are verbal. You can understand why. The gentleman's name is Everett Marshall. At this point, it's best you don't know who he is or what he does or why someone has purchased a contract for him.
Well, then how am I supposed to know?
The right man? We'll handle that detail for you. You have your own weapon. I've been assured it's in excellent condition and that you're an expert in its use. You'll be on the northwest corner of Garfield and 3rd tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock sharp. Nervousness is perfectly normal. The first time.
I'm not sure I can go through with it.
But you can. You must. Oh, this envelope is for you.
What's in it?
Your fee. $2,500. Take it.
But
we pay in advance.
$2,500.
All for you. Well, till tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Ackroyd, may I offer you something to drink?
Oh, thank you. I'm afraid I have a pressing engagement.
Well, another time, then.
Oh, it must be the Boston Symphony. An unbelievably lucid blend of brass and string.
Yes, it is.
Well, good night.
Night. You know, Stanley, he's such a nice man.
Ah, Mr. Morrison, on time. Good sign. Join me? Now then, in just a few moments, your client, Mr. Everett Marshall, will emerge from that building across the street. He's a tall, stout gentleman. There he is. He has that blonde girl on his arm. See them?
Yes.
They're headed for the cafe just up the block. And take this key. It will let you into the building. Walk up the stairs. Do not take the elevator. To the second floor. First on your right, you'll see the number 215. Open the door with the same key. Go into the office and wait for him.
What do you mean, wait for him?
In 5 minutes, he shall receive a telephone call, and he will come back to the office. As soon as he is inside, shoot him.
Shoot him?
Don't hesitate.
But suppose someone in the building happens to...
There is absolutely no one in that building at this time. After you shoot him, take the stairway at the other end of the hall. It leads to an alleyway around the corner.
But what if he brings her, the girl, with him?
He won't. No, you'd better be on your way. You have less than 3 minutes. And afterward, get rid of the revolver. Take it apart and toss it into the bay.
Arthur, what's the big idea asking me to get something out of this? Hey, who are you? No, don't! No! No!
More coffee, darling?
I have to run.
Well, I know my coffee isn't much good, but is it that bad?
It's awful. Has Mrs. Soames found another job yet?
I don't think so.
Ask her to come back.
But can we afford her? I mean, what about the money?
Darling, don't worry about the money. It narrows your mouth and puts lines in your face.
But I thought we were having trouble making ends meet.
Well, they met finally. Anything in the morning paper?
Oh, the usual murder stories on the front page. A gentleman named Everett Marshall was found shot to death in his office last night.
Is that so? By whom?
Police think it was a burglar.
Morning, everybody. The door was open. I walked
Well,
in.
good morning, Frank. Coffee?
No, thanks. Stanley, you want to lift downtown?
Thanks.
Hey, what mischief are you boys up to this morning?
Mischief?
Well, a beautiful day like this, you might decide to play hooky and go to the club.
Oh, no. We don't do frivolous things together anymore. Stanley and I, we've become very serious people.
I'll bet.
Well, I see by the papers it went very well.
Oh, yes.
I thought I'd come by this morning because, I was very nervous after my first one. Maybe you'd need a lift.
I'm all right.
That's good.
I don't know why. When I went up to that man's office, I was convinced I wouldn't be able to kill him. When I walked in that door and he saw me and the gun in my hand, I could look into his eyes. I could see my whole life in his eyes as if we're a motion picture screen.
You shouldn't think about these things.
And he said, "No, don't." And I just aimed at the top button of his jacket as if I were shooting on the range. And I squeezed the trigger once, twice, and he fell. He was dead. And I simply walked out of that room, down that hall, down those stairs, into the street, over to the bay, got rid of the .38, and here I am. And I don't feel one tiny twinge of remorse. Frank, what happened?
To what?
To 40 years of education, of indoctrination, of belief in the value of human life, of right and wrong, all the things we profess to believe in.
I don't know.
Do they get swept aside in the first storm? Frank, what happened to my conscience? Where is it, my conscience?
There's no explanation, Stanley.
Why am I so untroubled, so serene, so much at peace with myself? Is it possible that when we murder another human being, we also murder our own conscience? Because I tell you, Frank, mine is dead. What do you think?
Maybe you're right.
How's yours?
My conscience?
Yes.
Mine's dead, too.
As the poet said, conscience doth make cowards of us all. He's usually right, but perhaps Stanley and Frank are the exceptions that prove the rule. Well, it's an interesting problem. Can you kill a conscience? Or put it this way, in killing your conscience, what else do you kill? These questions require a third act for their solution, and I shall return in just a... Is it a veneer, our morality, our code of ethics? This problem has occupied the attention of scholars throughout the ages. How deeply are we committed to the values we profess so vehemently in public? Some say man is basically evil, and some say man is basically good. And perhaps neither side is completely right or completely wrong.
Darling?
I'm
afraid I'm overdrawn at the bank.
I know.
You know?
Yes. Jack Carstairs has orders to call me when that happens, and I make the adjustment.
But, darling, I really should try to be more careful.
No. For you to be more careful with money would require too much time and effort. Why'd you turn off the music?
Because I want to tell you how much I love you.
Happy?
I'm deliriously happy.
I don't want you to have a worry in the world.
Stanley, why is it that suddenly we have no more money worries?
Dear, it all has to do with judicious management.
Oh, how right you are. Judicious management. That's what Daddy used to say.
No, he used to say prudent management.
Oh, same thing. You know, darling, you look marvelous. You look so young, so happy, so, well, I can't really explain it. Exhilarated, as if you were having the time of your life.
Well, I am. Hello.
Hello, Stanley.
Oh, yes?
Stanley, would it be convenient to meet me at the Cafe Charleston on 9th and Dewey, say in 45 minutes?
Certainly.
Thank you, Stanley.
Darling, was that very nice gentleman, I can't remember his name, the one who loves Mozart?
Your envelope, Stanley.
Thank you.
You'll find it contains $3,500. Your rating has gone up. From now on, this is your fee. Your client is a woman.
A woman?
Should that make a difference?
Well,
Women have been agitating for equality, haven't they?
What did she do?
Does it matter?
No, but
The very cornerstone of our philosophy is complete disassociation from our clients.
I understand.
Your only contact with your client comes at the very end of his life. And then, only for a brief moment.
It's just that a woman...
Should it matter?
All right. Where do I go?
Her name is Alma Watson.
Come on, honey, come on. Harry, Oh, I thought you were
Miss Alma Watson?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're Alma Watson?
Sure, I'm sure.
It wouldn't do for me to make a mistake.
The man's name is Paul Terry. His name is Jerome Kelly. He's hiding out in a little motel. Your classification's gone up, Stanley. You're a $5,000 man now.
Chris, got a minute?
Oh, hi, Stanley. Look, I'm swamped. Can it wait?
No, Chris, it can't wait. You want me to continue here?
What a question.
I want a 25% raise.
Oh, now, Stanley, you know the facts of life around here.
I'll quit.
You'll what?
Take it or leave it.
But, Stanley, you know how Sullivan feels.
I only know what you tell me, Chris.
Now, see here, Stanley.
You can't get rid of me, and you know it. 25%.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Just for the rest of the year. After January 1, it goes to 30.
Well, Stanley, we have to talk about this.
I'm swamped with work, Chris. Besides, what's there to talk about? I said take it or leave it. That phony. He's been making himself look good at my expense. I never had the guts to stand up to him before. But you know something, Frank? Since I've taken on this sideline...
How about another round?
No, I had enough. As I was saying, since we've been engaged in our new activity, I'm another person.
I'll have another one.
I think you had enough, too.
Charlie, make it a double.
A double? You know, I'm not afraid of anybody or anything. Maybe that's what we're all about. You know what I mean?
No.
But maybe man is basically a hunting animal. Maybe we tried to obscure that with a veneer of civilization.
You think so?
Well, look at how quickly we pierce that veneer.
Maybe we do, maybe we don't.
When we get down to it, what's it all about? Security.
Security?
Well, I define as my security, my home, my woman, my child, my property. I'll kill for it. Each man defines what security means to him. And each man will kill for it. End of speech.
Stanley.
What's the matter, Frank?
I don't know.
You've been putting away a good deal of that booze, pal.
I know, and it doesn't help.
Well, what did booze ever help? And what help do you need?
Stanley, I want to get out.
Get out of what?
You know what?
Frank.
I can't sleep. I see people's faces. You know which people I mean.
Frank, if you'd stop drinking.
Have you seen any faces yet, Stanley?
Of course not.
You will. You will. Remember that day, that first day? Oh, good Lord, how I wish I'd never gotten you into it.
Are you crazy? You've solved all my problems.
You wanted to know what happens to your conscience? Huh? We thought maybe you kill it. You don't. It just goes to sleep. And all of a sudden, it wakes up.
Well, regardless, Frank, we have a practical problem. You simply don't quit. Does Ackroyd suspect?
I'm sure he does. I begged off the last couple of assignments. Claimed I was sick. I can't keep it up forever.
Can you arrange to go away for a while? Get some rest. You'll see things differently.
Do you know what I keep seeing in front of my eyes? Don't laugh. No, big letters of fire. And they say, "Thou shalt not kill."
Oh, Frank, get hold of yourself.
I'll try. I'll try.
You'll be all right.
Here's your envelope.
Thank you.
It will be necessary to violate our basic philosophy just somewhat in this particular case. But then, rules were made to be broken. Oh, here we are.
Oh, wait, this is the building. This is the building of the publishing company where... What?
And here he comes now.
Frank.
He's going around the corner to the parking lot where it's dark and deserted. Follow him there. Kill him.
But he's
your client.
I can't kill Frank.
Why not? Stanley, Frank is being killed for just this very reason. He refused to accept a contract. Now go to the parking lot and shoot him.
No.
What's to be gained by your refusal? Someone else will be assigned to kill him. And to kill you, too.
I wish I'd never gotten into this.
Well, that's not true. The rewards have been spectacular.
But, Frank...
And if it is true, shouldn't you be eager to kill Frank? After all, he's the one who did get you into it. Quickly, Stanley, before it's too late. Stanley? Is that you?
Yes.
What are you doing here? I see. Well, go ahead. I don't care. It has to happen. It may as well be you as anyone else. Well, don't stand there. Do it. You know you're supposed to do it right away. Don't wait. Don't delay. Just pull the trigger and walk away.
I can't.
You've got to. You can't save me. No one can save me. I don't want to be saved anyhow.
When you see the faces, do you hear the voices, too?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'm hearing them. When do you stop hearing them?
I don't know.
When do you stop seeing them?
I guess when you're dead.
Is this how it happened to you?
You better kill me. Before it's too late for you.
It's too late for me now.
I don't have a chance. Try to save yourself.
No, I'll never lose those voices, the faces. Look, have you got your gun?
Yeah, in the glove compartment.
Let's kill him.
Who?
Ackroyd.
We'll never get away with it.
Does that matter? Come on, buddy. He's in that car, all alone.
No, he's not alone. You see that car across the street? He's got some people in it. Maybe he felt he couldn't trust you. Stanley, I know it's a difficult assignment, but it has to be done. Stanley, you can't get away. The block is surrounded. Now, you just do what's necessary, and everything will be fine.
I can hit him from here.
Stanley, I don't care anymore. Save yourself.
That's just what I'm trying to do. Save myself.
Stanley, let me hear it.
Yeah, I'll let you hear it.
Don't shoot him, Stanley. It won't help.
Shut up. It's not an easy shot. Now. Got him.
Let's try to get out of here. They're shooting at us.
Frank, I don't hear the voices anymore. I don't see the faces. Do you?
No.
Frank! Oh, Frank.
The newspapers, the authorities, none of them knew what you and I know. There was a gunfight on the street between two respectable citizens and a group of people, some of whom are known criminals. The story the police seem inclined to believe is that a bank was about to be burglarized when Mr. Stanley Morrison and Mr. Frank Smith happened along and decided to perform their citizenly duties. Both men died heroes' deaths, and they will be honored at special funeral services. I shall return shortly. The human conscience, certainly the most elusive component in man's makeup. It may slumber for years and awake without warning. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Joan Lovejoy, Bob Caliban, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Listerine lozenges and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next.
Countdown for blastoff. X -5, -4, -3, -2, X -1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X -1. Tonight's story, The Man in the Moon.
Attention. Attention. This is the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons calling all local agencies. Attention. This is a coded report nationwide. Missing since 9 o'clock this morning the following persons: Smigley Jonathan, 5 feet 8 inches tall, brown hair, brown eyes, mastoid scar behind right ear, last seen wearing blue top coat and tan cap, wanted by Los Angeles. Hello, get off this wavelength. This is a restricted band.
Hello, Earth.
Whoever you are, you're on a coded wavelength. Tune out. This frequency is reserved for the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons.
Hello, Earth. This is the moon calling Earth. Hello, Earth.
This guy's loony.
This is Jake in transmission.
Jake, this is Charlie of the code room. Some crackpot is on our frequency.
Yeah, I heard him, Charlie. I've got CQ trying to trace the source now. We should have a triangulation any second.
Well, hurry it up, will you? Some ham is in for a good stiff fine by the FCC.
Yeah, they ought to take his license away. Oh, here comes Lenny with the directional fix.
Right.
Thanks, Lenny. Hey, what's this? This is impossible.
What's going on down there? How about it? Get that ham out of my kilocycles.
Oh, listen, Charlie, unless this is a gag, that interference is being beamed from 240,000 miles away.
Oh, now, Jake, you know there ain't no such thing as 240,000 miles away.
Yes, there is, Charlie, straight up.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Charlie, that signal is coming from the moon.
Are you nuts?
Well, somebody might be bouncing it like a radar signal.
Radar on this frequency? Where'd you study basic radio?
Now, listen, Flathead, you asked for a fix. I gave the best fix our instruments can find. Take it or leave it. Somebody on the moon is calling the Bureau of Missing Persons.
Mr. Timken! Mr. Timken!
What's the sweat, Charlie? Shouldn't you be broadcasting?
Listen, Mr. Timken. You know I'm a sober citizen, right?
Hmm?
Never once have I broadcast with the smell of alcohol on my breath, right?
Right.
In all your 12 years here at the Bureau, did I once
what's
ever...
the matter, Charlie?
We're picking up a message on our wavelength.
Well, did you report to the FCC?
I ain't got the nerve.
Well, what's wrong?
You'll scream when you hear this, Mr. Timken. You'll jump right out the window, but... We are getting an SOS from the moon. Well, that's it. He started on voice and switched to Morse. The way the signal repeats sounds like a phonograph record or automatic sender of some sort.
Well, what's it say?
Let's see here. Can you read me? Help, Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Let's have that again.
Can you read me? Help, Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Otterburn.
That sounds like a name, huh?
Otterburn. Wait a minute.
Something registered?
Cornelius Otterburn. Holy jumping Jehoshaphat.
Hey, where are you going?
Talk to the chief.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to tell him? We just got a CQ from the man in the moon?
That's exactly what I am going to tell him, Charlie.
Hey. Oh, this is just too much for me.
Washington Star-Ledger.
Let me have O'Brien on city desk.
A moment.
O'Brien?
Seamus,
Yeah?
Charlie Starbuck down at the Missing Persons Bureau. You want a hot one? No kidding. This'll cost you a beer, okay?
All right, shoot, Noodle Brain. I'll stay on your wavelength for 30 seconds.
Okay. We just got a radio message from the moon.
Yep. What?
From the moon.
Call me back when you're sober.
Okay, Seamus, if you don't know a story when you see one,
I'll send you the name of a good psychiatrist. So long, Orson Welles.
How do you like that? You don't believe me.
Otterburn, Mr. Wade. Now, does that name ring a bell?
You're the man with the photographic memory, Henry. What about Otterburn?
Cornelius Otterburn, atomic physicist, reported missing from his home in Baltimore on June 5th, 1945. Just 5 years ago. Vanished completely.
Are you trying to tell me you really think there's something to this man of the moon business? Henry, I'm surprised at you. This is some crackpot trying to jam the airwaves.
Yes, but the name Otterburn is so unusual.
So
Mr.
are a lot of names.
And I have a theory that...
I was afraid of that. Henry, you always have a theory. Let's see, what was it last year? Oh, yes. That people disappear in occupational psych.
Well, it's true.
Please, Henry, I'm a busy man. You expect me to believe that this Otterburn is sitting up on the moon, sending out shortwave messages?
Well, he might be on Earth bouncing the messages off the moon, but who's to say he isn't on the moon?
Henry, as chief of this bureau, I have my hands full trying to coordinate reports from 48 states and Alaska. I have no time to include the moon.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, Henry.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, I'm busy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here. Take this folder of reports for the dead file.
Yes, sir.
And no more nonsense, eh, Henry?
Yes.
I appreciate that you have a very dull job filing old missing persons reports, and I appreciate that you take an active interest in the affairs of the Bureau. But no more nonsense, huh?
No, sir. No more nonsense.
Pardon me.
Hmm?
You are Mr. Henry Timken.
That's my name.
Permit me, Jefferson Philo, scientific feature writer.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, are you a newspaper man?
Not exactly. I write as a hobby. Occasionally the papers give me leads on an assignment. If I may have a moment of your time.
Oh, certainly. Just sit down at my desk over here.
Thank you. My, that's quite a stack of papers.
Filing. I'm the records custodian of the Bureau. 12 years and never misplaced a record.
Magnificent. I admire the precise mind, Mr.
Timken.
Of course. Now, Mr. Timken, Mr. O'Brien, the editor of the Star-Ledger, said I might drop by and investigate a rumor. Only a rumor, mind you, that a message from the, moon?
Well, we aren't certain it's from the moon. It may be a bounce. They have bounced radar waves off the moon, you know.
Yes, I know. I wrote the first newspaper article on it.
Really? I'd be interested to read it.
I must have a copy in my
Well,
briefcase.
don't bother.
Oh, but I insist. Oh, yes. There you are. I'll leave it on your desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, about this message from the moon, Mr. Timken.
Well, now, we don't know for sure, as I said. But I believe that this message, wherever it originates, is from Cornelius Otterburn.
The physicist?
Oh, do you know him?
I once wrote an article on his contribution to nuclear mechanics. A brilliant man, Otterburn. Years ahead of his contemporaries.
Well, whoever is sending those signals, if he isn't on the moon, is at least using the moon as a sounding board, bouncing the signal.
But why, Mr. Timken? Why?
Well, if you will come here tomorrow night at 8, Mr. Philo, we may learn the answer to that question. I've arranged with Charlie, our radio man, to let me use the equipment.
May I consider this an invitation?
You certainly may.
Very well, sir. Until tomorrow night, then.
Goodbye, Mr. Philo. Let's see now. Aiken, Abelard, Abramson, Rono, Atch. Well, that's funny. Now, where did this list of names come from? Paul Ahrens, astromathematician. Robert Simons, electronic engineer. Carl Parker, mining specialist. Well, this must have gotten mixed up with the papers on my desk by accident. Peculiar list of names. Oh, good morning, Charlie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Timken. See, we made the papers.
Oh?
And how? And as the chief steamed up about it, he really gave me what for.
What did the paper say?
Oh, mostly ha-ha. Here's the Herald. Listen. Man on the moon contacts Missing Persons Bureau. Missing atomic scientists sitting on the moon, say Bureau experts, etc., etc. What a panning.
Well, no wonder Mr. Wade is hopping.
Say, about tonight, Mr. Timken, I don't know.
Now, you promised you'd give me a key to the radio room.
Yeah, but I didn't expect
Well,
this.
I'll take full responsibility with Mr. Wade.
At the time for the morning broadcast, we got quite a list today.
Well, mind if I listen a while? We may hear Otterburn.
Well, I ain't self-conscious. Just stick around.
Yes.
Attention, attention. This is the Federal Missing Persons Bureau calling all local agencies. Nationwide. This is a coded broadcast. The following persons are missing. Ahrens, Dr. Paul, 5'5", brown hair, brown eyes, scar on left side of chin, thick glasses.
Ahrens.
Occupation, astromathematician. Missing since 6 o'clock this morning. Being sought by Bel Air police.
Charlie.
Repeat. Dr. Paul
Charlie,
Ahrens.
shut it off a second.
Hold it. Delay 1 minute. Listen, Mr. Timken, it's okay to stay, but you can't interrupt
Now,
this.
this is important. Did you say Dr. Ahrens was reported missing this morning?
6 a.m. We got the report from Bel Air less than an hour ago.
Are you certain, Charlie?
Positive. What is this?
Charlie, what's the next name on the list?
Let's see. Simons, Robert, engineer.
What?
Came in less than 20 minutes ago.
20?
Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
It's nothing, Charlie, except that last night, quite by accident, someone left a list of names on my desk. And that list included the names of those 2 men who were reported missing within the last hour.
What? Oh, that don't sound right to me.
Well, it isn't right, Charlie. It leaves a big question to be answered. Who would make up a list of missing persons before they were missing, not after?
And you say this list of names was left on your desk accidentally?
Well, I believe so, Mr. Wade.
Do you have any ideas, Henry?
Well, it's hard to say. Mr. Philo left some papers from his briefcase.
Mr. Philo?
Well, a science feature writer.
I see. You were the leak on that story, then?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid I was. I didn't think it would be treated as a laughing matter.
Well, we'll deal with that later.
Yes, sir.
What's this Philo like?
Well, he's a strange old duck, bald, thick glasses, tall. He walks stooped over. Seems to know a great deal about scientific data, but, of course, being a science writer,
Is there any other possibility?
I believe that this is all hooked up with the broadcast from Otterburn.
That seems to be a very remote possibility.
Well, the Missing Persons Bureau deals in remote possibilities, Mr. Wade.
I do not require a statement of policy.
Yes, sir.
What's the theory?
Well, for some time now, it has been my contention that in a country like ours, where even the cleverest criminal can be ferreted out and located eventually, there is no such thing as a missing person.
I was afraid of that.
Now, for 12 years now, I have kept the central files, where information from all over the country is channeled and recorded. I have made a private study.
This is beginning to sound familiar, Henry.
And I have discovered that each year, literally thousands of persons vanish, leaving no trace. They are never located. Where do they go? Nobody knows.
And
they disappear in interesting cycles.
What sort of cycles?
Occupations, for example. One year we'll have a run on, well, say, coal miners. Next year, the proportion of engineers increases, and then scientists. And
what do you think happens, Henry?
I don't know, Mr. Wade, but I'm beginning to suspect that somebody else has discovered the same phenomenon, even to the point, perhaps, of being able to predict who will turn up among the missing next.
Philo?
Well, I don't know, but I would like to find out.
And you think Otterburn may be a part of this picture?
Mr. Wade, I definitely do.
Henry, do you honestly expect me to buy an idea like that?
It is more than an idea. The two top men on this list are missing, and...
Maybe so, but the rest of them aren't. Parker, Watson, Gibbs. Why, I saw Parker in the restaurant where I had lunch today.
Yes, but
and if you
Mr.
think
Wade...
I'm going to make myself a laughingstock by accepting such a crack-brain theory...
Well,
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hello, Wade speaking. Yes? Yes? I see. What name? Just a moment. Henry, let me see that list again.
Here you are, sir.
Go ahead. I see. I'll get back to you. I guess I owe you an apology, Henry.
Sir?
Harold Parker was just reported missing.
Parker?
Third man on your list.
Holy mackerel.
Exactly. Henry, for a good many years now, I've ridiculed these theories of yours. I don't know. Perhaps I've underestimated you. Maybe this time you've really stumbled onto something.
What do you intend to do, Mr. Wade?
I don't know. I haven't thought it out yet.
I was planning to listen for another broadcast tonight in the hope that Otterburn might try to contact us again.
Good idea. I believe I'll join you.
I also invited Mr. Philo, the feature writer.
Oh? I'll be glad to meet him. I'm beginning to get interested in you, Mr. Philo.
Mr. Wade, you don't think...
That he's mixed up in this?
Yes.
I don't know, Henry. But it suddenly strikes me that we don't know very much about him, really.
We ought to contact the police.
No, Henry. I think we're better off keeping this between ourselves for the moment. We're dealing with the unknown. And in solving an equation for the X factor, it's often easier to limit the number of terms. You follow me?
I don't know, Mr. Wade.
There may be more danger in what you have discovered than you are aware of. Let's keep it quiet. You agree?
Maybe you're right, Mr. Wade. I hadn't thought of the danger involved.
8 o'clock. My friend Mr. Philo was late.
Well, he said he'd be here. He strikes me as a man who keeps appointments.
Look out the window.
Yes.
The moon is almost in direct phase. We can't wait much longer.
Well, it's a perfectly clear night for transmission. If anybody's sending, we ought to pick it up with this equipment.
You'd better switch on the set.
Yes. I never realized how eerie this office could be when it was empty.
I'll have to light in the hall for Mr. Philo when he comes. Are you getting anything?
Just some foreign stuff, I think.
That concludes the British portion of tonight's programming from Johannesburg, South Africa. We continue in April.
That's a peculiar transmission sound.
Earth.
Now, that sounds like something. See if I can work the selector.
The moon is in phase.
Yes.
Hello, Earth. Can you hear me?
I'll try to return. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Earth.
Hello, do you hear me?
Oh, I get you now. Thank God.
Who are you? Can you hear me? Who are you?
This is Professor Cornelius Otterburn. Hello?
Go on, I hear you.
Not much time. They're on to me. They've located my sending point. You hear me?
Go ahead, keep talking.
I've only enough oxygen for a few minutes more.
Well, where are you?
I'm on the Earth side of the moon. You get that? The Earth side of the moon. A volcanic crater.
Good. Start that recorder, Mr. Wade. Go on. Explain, please. Explain,
Now
please.
listen closely. There is an Earth colony on the moon. There is an Earth colony on the far side of the moon, made up of renegade scientists and criminals. Professor Ernst Halsman.
He died in an insane asylum in 1938.
Professor Ernst Halsman discovered nuclear rocket power in 1935. Turned his plans over to escaped inmates of the asylum. They took off and set up a colony on the far side of the moon in 1938.
Go ahead. We're recording you.
Each year, they recruit new colonists from Earth. Slave labor, mostly. I was kidnapped in 1945.
Yes, I know. Keep talking.
They wanted me to work on atomic drive for their flying discs. Hello?
Still getting you. Go on.
Last month, 6 others and I escaped.
Speak louder.
You got to stop them. Stop them.
Stop who?
The moon colony, planning to take over the Earth. Invasion. Oh.
Hang on.
No oxygen. Hard to breathe. Listen. They have agents on Earth. You hear me?
Agents on Earth? Where? Who? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Agents in...
Henry, look out.
Lights.
Someone at the window. Get down. Henry, are you all right?
I think so. His shot smashed the transmitter.
And the lights. Strike a match. Careful.
It was close.
I got a look at him. From the description, it was your Mr. Philo.
We got a recording anyway, but not the most important part of the message. Poor Otterburn, suffocating to death.
Henry, we've got to get you out of here. He said they have agents. Philo was probably one of them. He'll be looking for you now, trying to kill you.
But the police...
Do you think the police would believe a fantastic story like this? People being kidnapped to the moon as slave labor? Moon colony planning an invasion of the Earth? But Henry, believe me, they'd trap us into straitjackets before we could finish.
Well, we've got to do something.
We need time. Time to get proof.
You don't think my theory was bunk then?
I know it wasn't, Henry. Right now, my only concern is for your safety.
But we can't walk out of here. Philo's probably waiting.
Listen, there's a service elevator that leads to the basement garage.
Yeah?
We can get down there. There are some delivery trucks parked there all night. We can probably get one started. The garage door's off the ramp, work from the inside. We'll start the mechanism and make a run for it.
I don't know. I think if we call the police...
By the time the police get here, we'll be dead. You think Philo will wait outside all night? Come on. That's an order.
Okay. But what about the recording of Otterburn's notes?
We'll leave that here in the safe in my office. They'll never get into that. Let's go. You buzz the elevator while I hide the recording. This is the basement. Come on. Keep to the side.
Yes, sir.
Shh. Let's try that delivery truck over there. I'll get in. All right, Henry. You start the mechanism to open the garage door, then jump onto the truck.
Yes, sir.
We'll make a dash for it.
Where can we go?
I have a farm outside Chevy Chase. It's private. Miles from the nearest neighbor and completely hidden by trees. We'll run for that. Go ahead. Start the door up.
All right.
Quick, jump in. There we go, Henry. Cross your fingers. We made it out all right. Anything doing?
There's a blue coupe behind us, Mr. Wade. It seems to be following.
I'll cut up Pennsylvania Avenue. Now Route 1, toward Baltimore.
It is following. He turned with us. Can you go faster?
Not much faster.
Well, he's gaining on us.
I've got an idea. Hang on, Henry.
Yes. Why'd you stop?
I'll turn off the lights. It worked. He shot right past us. Now we'll double back and go out another route.
Well, I don't see anything. I think we've lost him.
Good. I think everything's going to be all right now. We can be at my farm in less than an hour. Not much longer now. Is anyone behind us?
I thought I saw the blue coupe again, but I was mistaken. Whew. This place is really out in the wilderness.
We can stay here indefinitely till we figure out the next move. Just up this dirt road now. There's the house up ahead.
You're not going toward it.
No, I have a better idea. There's a big abandoned wheat silo on my grounds. It's down a hollow where it can't be seen except from the air. And even then, the oak trees shield it. We'll hide you out there. Now, we leave the truck here. It'll never be seen. Come on.
Yes. How did you ever find this place, Mr. Wade?
I've always liked seclusion. I bought it about 12 years ago. Come up here in the summertime to get away from it all. There's the silo.
It's certainly well hidden.
There's a small door around the side. Come on. Be careful of those bushes.
Yes.
It's hard to see them in the dark.
Do you suppose Philo will find us?
I assure you, Henry, Mr. Philo will never find us here. Not in a million years. Here's the door.
It's pitch dark.
Hold my arm. I know the way. Just a few steps up, and another door.
Steel. This is an unusual silos. Double wall, wood outside and steel inside.
Completely fireproof. An army couldn't wreck it. We're inside the inner shell. Careful.
Yes.
You're in a circular room. Stay here a moment. I'll go outside and see if the coast is clear. In a moment, your eyes will become accustomed to the darkness. I'll bring back some food and water.
Don't be long, Mr. Wade. This place gives me the willies.
Just a moment.
Mr. Wade. I swear I hear something. Mr. Wade. What's that? There is something. Good Lord. There's someone in here. It's locked. Oh, no. Mr. Wade! Mr. Wade, let me out! I'm not alone in here! Mr. Wade! This must be a light switch. Thank God. Oh, no. People. 10, 15, 20. Mr. Wade, out!
It will do you no good to shout, Henry.
Mr. Wade, where are you?
Outside. Speaking over the intercom.
Mr. Wade, there are people in here. 15 or 20 of them. They're sitting like statues, just staring at me.
They won't hurt you, Henry. What? They've all been drugged. They're even more helpless than you.
But who are they?
Permit me to introduce them, Henry, since they're currently unable to introduce themselves. The gentleman seated before you, the one with the scar, is Dr. Paul Ahrens, the astro-mathematician. Next to him is Mr. Robert Simons, electronic engineer.
Names on the list.
Yes, you're familiar with the rest. They've all been, shall we say, recruited for work with Professor Halsman's group on the moon.
Moon? Then you're one of them.
Of course. Oh, yes. There's one whose name was not on our list. If you'll turn around, Henry, you'll recognize the drugged form of your old friend, Mr. Philo.
Philo? But I thought...
That he was part of the conspiracy? No. On the contrary. His snooping made it necessary for us to include him.
Please put the man in the window, the one who fired the shot.
An agent of mine. The pilot of this ship.
Ship? What ship?
This silo is camouflage for a rocket launching platform. In a moment, the roof will slide back for the rocket's takeoff.
A rocket ship?
In exactly 70 hours, you and your companions will join Professor Otterburn on the moon.
But you can't do this to me.
We have done it, Henry.
No.
You see, there was another name omitted in that list, which I carelessly mixed up with your papers. That of Henry Timken.
No.
Bon voyage.
I won't let you do this. You can't. Please let me out. Let me out, please. This can't happen. Let me out. Let me out.
Attention. Missing since 8 o'clock last night, the following persons. Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds, brown eyes, slightly balding, occupation records custodian. Repeat, Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds.
In just a moment, a word about next week's adventure. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Man in the Moon, an original radio drama written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Rooten as Henry, Santos Ortega as the Chief, Ross Martin as Charlie, Sidney Smith as Otterburn, Bob Haig as Jake, Joe DeSantis as Philo, and Ed Latimer as O'Brien. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week, the sign on the window said Perigi's Wonderful Dolls. A woman and a child waited outside. The little girl, peering eagerly through the window, and the woman glancing impatiently at her wristwatch, as if expecting someone who was late for an appointment. And there was nothing about Parigi's doll shop to warn them that they were waiting to keep an appointment with Doom at X minus 1.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. So let's settle back comfortably and listen. And while you're getting settled, I'd like to know if you like seafood. And by seafood, I mean everything from broiled lobster to fried halibut. Because if you like seafood, any seafood, you'll love it together with Petri California Sauterne. Fish and Petri Sauterne were made for each other. No kidding. Boy, I'll never in my life forget a broiled brook trout on the plate in front of me and a glass of well-chilled Petri Sauterne right next to it. That fish and that Sauterne. Petri Sauterne has a pale golden color that's really good to look at. And as for taste, well, that Petri flavor is really something. Take my word for it and try it, won't you? Oh, and I'll tell you something else. Try that Petri Sauterne with chicken sometime. Look, I better stop before I get hungry all over again, but just remember this. The best friend a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri wine. And now let's keep our appointment with the good Dr. Watson.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Come over here and join me by the fire.
I didn't think it was cold enough for a fire tonight, Doctor.
Oh, I suppose it isn't really, but there was one late, so I just couldn't resist putting a match to it.
Fire's a good accompaniment to storytelling anyway.
Yes, my boy, a fire and a glass of port. Care to join me in one?
Thanks, Doctor. So, you're going to tell us a sea story tonight?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. The whole adventure took place aboard a small steamer as it plowed through the stormy seas of the Indian Ocean. Here's your glass, my boy.
Thanks. And what were you and the great Sherlock Holmes doing on the Indian Ocean, may I ask?
We're on our way to Calcutta to solve the case of the vanishing elephant of Parbutipur.
Oh, yes, the story you told us a few weeks ago.
That's quite right, my boy. It's in the summer of 1894 that we left Liverpool aboard the steamship Lucifer. It wasn't a large ship, and as both the Mediterranean and the Red Sea proved somewhat, shall we say, unfriendly, I may tell you the first part of the voyage was quite unpleasant. In fact, until we left Aden, I'd spent most of the time in my cabin. I'm not much of a sailor, you know. However, as we headed eastward towards Colombo, the weather cleared up a bit, and I came on deck and joined Holmes. I remember on the second night out of Aden, we paced the decks together. The stars above us twinkled, the promise of a bright tomorrow, and the faint tinkle of a piano being played in the passenger lounge formed a perfect setting for an evening stroll. It only seems like yesterday that Holmes said...
Watson, it's good to see you on your feet again.
Yes, it's good to be on 'em, Holmes. It's been a miserable trip for me so far.
The captain told me tonight that we can expect good weather between here and Kalavati, our next port of call.
I thought Colombo was the next stop. And where is Kalavati, whatever you call it? Anyway, I never heard of the place.
It's a tiny island in the Indian Ocean. It's a British protectorate. Those were the only facts I was able to glean from the encyclopedia and the ship's library.
Did you ask the captain why we're stopping there?
No, I didn't. As we're traveling incognito, I felt it wiser not to ask too many questions.
I find this incognito business something of a strain. Every time a steward calls me Mr. Hamish, I can't think who on earth he's talking to.
Whereas I find myself answering to Mr. Mycroft almost automatically. By the way, old chap, now that you're going to mix with the ship's passengers, I suggest that you adopt a Scotch accent. It would seem more appropriate for a Mr. Hamish, and I don't want anyone aboard to suspect our true identities.
I'll do my best, but I must say, Holmes, I think you're being unnecessarily mysterious.
Possibly I've been influenced by reading too many of your rather florid stories of our adventures together.
My stories are not florid. They're all perfectly true.
Oh, don't be angry with me, old chap. Don't be angry, please. By the way, you'll be interested to know that I've unearthed a little mystery aboard this boat.
I trust you to do that. Where is she? I mean, what is it?
Oh, You observe that suite of cabins on the bridge deck above us?
Yeah? What about them?
Well, I've been watching them during my nightly strolls for the past 2 weeks. The suite is occupied, and yet the blinds are never raised. And I've never seen meals taken in there. I presume, therefore, that it must contain a private galley and a cook.
I don't see anything mysterious about that. It's probably occupied by some wealthy invalid.
Oh, possibly. Another interesting fact is that the occupants are not entered on the ship's passenger list.
It all sounds very mysterious. There's probably a perfectly simple explanation for it. In any case, you must save your energies for the problem that awaits us in India. You're Mr. Mycroft now, remember that.
I will, Mr. Hamish.
Mr. Mycroft?
Yes, Mr. Hamish?
Would you care to join me for a wee drop of brandy in the smoking room?
Mr. Hamish, I shall be delighted.
This is excellent brandy. Excellent.
Watson, you notice that rather garrulous gentleman over there in the corner?
You mean the one at the table with the oriental-looking fella?
Yes, the talkative man is the ship's doctor, but I haven't seen the other gentleman before on this voyage.
I wonder if he's an occupant of the mysterious suite on the bridge deck.
Let's go over and talk to him, shall we? And remember the accent, Mr. Hamish.
And so, Verda, when we landed at Colombo, I decided to take Mrs. Abbott for a moonlight rickshaw drive through the cinnamon gardens. Did you gentlemen want to see me?
If you'll excuse us, Dr. Harris, my friend Mr. Hamish and I were having a little argument, and we thought that perhaps you might be able to settle it for us.
An argument? Oh, I love a good argument. Sit down, gentlemen. This is Mr. Verda.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Good evening, sir. My name is Hamish, and this is my friend, Mr. Mycroft.
I'm so happy to meet you, gentlemen.
Now, how do you know, Mr. Verda?
Now, gentlemen, tell me what you're arguing about.
Well,
I love
Doctor,
a good argument.
You see, it wasn't exactly an argument. My friend Mr. Hamish insists that the Suez Canal was built by a Dutchman in 1870. I'm convinced that it was built by de Lesseps, a Frenchman, in 1869. We thought you'd know.
You flatter me. I'm only a ship's doctor, not an historian. Ask Verdi. He probably knows.
Can you settle the question for us, sir?
I can, Mr. Mycroft. You are almost correct. The canal was opened in 1869, though its construction began 10 years previously. De Lesseps, a French engineer, was in charge of the operation. There is a statue of him in Port Said Harbor, built to commemorate his skill and enterprise.
Much obliged to you, Mr. Vera. Hamish, I think that I win my bet.
Mycroft, I'm afraid you do, if you're sure of your facts, Mr. Werner.
I'm sufficiently sure of them, Mr. Hamish, to venture a small wager myself.
No. I think I'll not make any more bets on the subject, thank you.
Well, gentlemen, if you will excuse me, I shall return to my cabin now.
Oh, don't go.
No, don't go, sir. You'll make us feel as if we'd driven you away.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Hamish. I enjoyed meeting you both, but I have some letters to write. Good evening, gentlemen.
He's a charming person.
Charming and extremely knowledgeable.
Bit of a bore, if you ask me. You two fellas enjoyed your trip?
I'm just beginning to. It takes a little time to get my sea legs, you know.
Dr. Harris, how long have you been on this ship?
4 years. This is my 23rd trip east on the Lucifer. Why?
Well, there's something that puzzles me on board this ship. I'm sure that you would explain it to me.
And what is it?
Well, the suite of cabins on the bridge deck, who occupies them?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Aye, Doctor, we would, and that's why my friend asked you.
Well, I'll tell you. Though it's supposed to be a secret. But there'll be no harm in telling you now, for we're dropping anchor off the island of Cavarati in the morning. In that suite of rooms is the Rani of Cavarati herself. She has her own staff of servants and everything. What do you think of that?
Oh, how very interesting. And is the Oriental gentleman who left the table when we arrived part of our entourage?
He is, sir. He's the sort of Prime Minister of Cavarati. This whole trip of theirs is very hush-hush. Rani returning to her country, afraid someone might make an attack on her life. Have to keep it all hush-hush. Cavarati is an island that's had a lot of trouble.
You seem to be remarkably well informed about the place, sir.
Yeah, I should be. I used to practice there in my younger days.
Oh, really? How very interesting.
Yes, I could tell you strange tales about the island. I remember... Oh, hello. See that fella coming into the lounge?
You mean the big man with the grey hair?
Yes. That's Sir Christopher Wyatt. Owns all the tea plantations on Cavarati. He's a dull fella, but I'll call him over. Wyatt, come over and join us. Be careful. He'll talk your head off if you give him half a chance. Draw up a chair, Wyatt. We were just talking about Cavarati.
It seems to me that would be a good subject to keep away from. At least till after tomorrow, Harris.
What do you mean?
You know perfectly well what I mean. I should have thought that after your own experience on Cavarati, you'd have learned a little discretion.
You're talking like a schoolmaster, Wyatt. Why don't you just sit down, have a drink, and be friendly?
Thank you. I prefer my own company.
Pompous ass.
You and Sir Christopher don't seem on the best of terms, Doctor.
I know too much about him. He's afraid of me. That's what he is.
Look at this girl coming into the room. Great Scott, she's good looking.
Judging by our oriental costume, she must be a member of the Rani's retinue.
She's coming to our table. Yes, my dear. What is it?
Which of you gentlemen is Mr. Mycroft, please?
I am.
My mistress sends her compliments and asks that you will call on her in her suite.
And who is your mistress, may I ask?
Her Highness, the Rani of Cavarati.
Oh, I shall be delighted. Please tell the Rani that I shall pay my respects without delay. We will join her in a few minutes.
Very well, Mr. Mycroft.
You know, Holmes, this is pretty exciting. The girl that just brought us the message was a stunning creature. Imagine what the Rani herself must be like.
What an incurable romanticist you are, Watson. I suppose you picture the Rani clad in oriental splendor, reclining like an odalisque on silken cushions.
No, there's no need to make fun of me, old fellow.
Oh, here we are at the cabin.
Ah, it is you, gentlemen. Follow me, please.
Come in.
Her Highness, the Rani of Cavarati.
All right, Whodunit, you can off it.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, me lads, don't look so startled. Come in and sit down.
Your Highness,
What's the matter? Don't I fit into your picture of a Rani? What did you expect? A slant-eyed beauty with a veil and big hips? Well, I've got the big hips, all right.
Your Highness...
never mind, Your Highness. Sit yourselves down and talk free and easy like. I may as well begin by telling you that I know who you both are. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Do me.
I've seen you in the good old days in London, you know.
May I ask if our visit is purely a social one, or are you in need of professional advice?
Oh, a little of both, Mr. Holmes, a little of both. And we'll start off with being social. Bruma.
Mem Sahib.
Champagne.
Botachi, Mem Sahib.
If you'll pardon my asking you, madam, but I've never seen you before, somewhere.
Oh, that's a question I'm always having to answer. Yes, you probably have, Dr. Watson. You see, I was in the chorus at Daly's Theatre in London for quite a few years, until the Raja of Cavarati decided I'd look better on his island than I did in front of the footlights.
Your husband, the Raja, is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he was killed playing polo.
Champagne, Mem Sahib.
Colo. Champagne Pinisecta.
Acha.
He doesn't speak English, so I'll get along with telling my troubles. Mr. Holmes, somebody's trying to kill me.
Kill you? It's God.
May I ask what reason you have for saying that, madam?
You may, Mr. Holmes. Before I left England, I had threatening letters warning me that if I ever went back to Cavarati, I'd never get to the island alive. I got another letter in Port Said that said the same thing.
You kept these letters, I trust?
No, I didn't. I tore them up. I never did pay any attention to letters that weren't signed.
Oh, that's a great pity, madam. Those letters might have been invaluable.
Well, it's too late to think about that now, Dr. Watson. Here's what's on my mind. I land at Cavarati in the morning, and if anyone's up to a bit of no good, tonight's their last chance.
You destroyed the threatening letters, madam, thereby indicating that you did not believe in the threats, and yet you now appear to feel that you are in danger. I wonder what made you change your mind.
The Ace of Spades.
Yes? I don't understand you, madam.
In the last 2 days, every time I tell my fortune, I get the Ace of Spades. Now, you know what that means. Death.
Oh, come now, madam. If you'll pardon my saying so, that's a very childish superstition.
Well, the cards have never lied to me yet. Oh, you can laugh at it if you like, but I know.
Well, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Anything you like, Mr. Holmes, fire away.
How long is it since you were in Cavarati?
About 18 months. We were in England when my husband died, and I couldn't face the idea of going back to that island alone. 3 months ago, Verda... Oh, he's the chief minister of Cavarati.
Yes, madam. We met him for a moment in the lounge.
Long ago. Verda came over to England to persuade me it was my duty as the Rani to go back.
I see. As far as you know, have you any enemies among the passengers on board the ship?
Oh, that's an odd one to answer, Mr. Holmes. But I can tell you right here in my suite there's someone who doesn't like me. That girl Whodunit, the one that brought you my message. She was in love with the Roger herself. I know she hates me, even though she did stay with me in England after my husband died.
How about Furder, your minister?
Oh, he's all right. My husband thought the world of him, and he's been wonderful to me.
He came from Cavarati recently, you say, to persuade you to return there.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. Well, Brumer seems to be all right after drinking that champagne, so it'll be safe for us to have some now. Champagne omlog kedo?
Botache, Mem Sahib.
Oh, I've been burning with curiosity to know why you gave him a glass of champagne a few minutes ago, and yet we didn't have any.
Well, surely that's obvious, Watson. Frumer is the official poison taster, isn't he, madam?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. He tastes everything I eat or drink before I do. And if it doesn't affect him, then I know it's safe. Berta brought him over to England when he came to fetch me. On the island of Cavarati, poisoning's quite an hobby, you know.
There were 2 people in the smoking room tonight who seemed to know quite a lot about your island. The ship's doctor, a rather garrulous gentleman by the name of Harris, and Sir Christopher Wyatt, who owns tea plantations on the island. Do you know either of them, madam?
I should say I do, both of them. Dr. Harris isn't any good. He was on the island for a bit, but he got into some kind of trouble, and my husband had him thrown out.
And how about Sir Christopher Wyatt?
Oh, Chris is all right. I saw quite a bit of him in London after my husband's death. As a matter of fact, well, if I weren't going back to Cavarati, I don't think he'd be on the boat at all. He hasn't been there for over 5 years, ever since he had a row with my husband over the wages he paid the native labor.
It seemed to me that several people aboard this boat have a personal interest in the island of Cavarati. Interests that might be influenced by your death.
Yes, just what I was going to say, madam. I think we should keep an eye on you.
Oh, that's just what I was hoping you'd say, Doctor. You see, I'm giving a bit of a supper party tonight. All the people we've been talking about have been invited. And I thought if you two were to be here, perhaps you'd be on the lookout for any funny business. How about it?
Well, of course we'll come, won't we, Holmes?
I think it might be a good idea, though I would suggest that we retain our incognitos as Mr. Hamish and Mr. Mycroft.
Well, whatever you say, Mr. Holmes. And now, let's have that champagne.
You know, Holmes, I remember the Raleigh when she was in the chorus at Daly's. She looked stunning in tights. There was one night I
Yes,
took her
no
out
time,
to
old
dinner
chap,
and
if
we...
you don't mind. At the moment, there's a question I want to ask you.
Oh, sir?
Is your medical bag fully equipped with all the antidotes to poison?
Poison? It's ridiculous. How could the Rani be poisoned when she has a poison taster?
My dear Watson, you mustn't...
What the blazes is that?
Come on, Watson. That cry came from the companionway.
There are 2 figures struggling by the rail there.
Good heavens! One of them has pushed the other down the companionway.
Good Lord. His skull smashed in. I'm afraid that he...
What's happened?
Sir Christopher Wyatt. What are you doing here?
I was taking a stroll. I heard a yell from this direction and came here as fast as I could. Great Scott, this fellow's bleeding badly. We must get the ship's doctor at once.
That's hardly necessary, I fear, Sir Christopher.
What do you mean?
In the first place, this man is dead. In the second place, he is the ship's doctor.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, so I'm just going to ask you to do one thing for me. Well, I should say for yourself. Tomorrow night, if you're having meat or any meat dish for dinner, why not open up a bottle of Petri California Burgundy? That wonderful, rich, red Petri Burgundy will turn your dinner into a real feast. You see if it doesn't. Because there's nothing like a good wine with good food. And I know your family gets good food, and I know that Petri Burgundy is a good wine. In fact, it's a perfect mealtime wine. Try it and see. And now, Dr. Watson, tell us what happened next. You said you found the ship's doctor dead at the foot of the companionway?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. His neck had been broken instantly.
Imagine there was a good deal of excitement aboard.
No, my boy, as a matter of fact, there wasn't. We managed to get the body back to its cabin without attracting attention. Holmes, after revealing his true identity, was able to persuade the captain to hush up the killing until after the Rani's party had taken place.
Oh, he didn't want to scare the murderer, I guess. What happened next, Doctor?
Holmes and I returned to our cabin to dress for the party. Holmes, I remember, was in a state of suppressed excitement. He spoke quietly and deliberately.
Watson, surely it's obvious why the doctor was murdered.
Well, it isn't obvious to me.
But it's elementary, my dear fellow. If you are planning a subtle murder by poison, how wise to remove the one man who might save the victim's life, a doctor.
Oh, you keep harping on poisoning. It seems to me to be the last way a murderer would try to dispose of the Rani. Everything she touches is first tested by the poison tester.
Exactly. That's why I call it a subtle murder attempt. Didn't you notice the physical attributes of Frumer, the poison tester?
Which in particular,
Well,
Holmes?
his unusually glossy hair, his remarkably clear complexion, his plump figure. Look here. Just tell me one thing, will you?
What's that?
I presume that in your medical bag you have a supply of magnesia.
Naturally.
Do you also have hydrated ferric oxide?
Yes, I do.
Splendid. Let's be off to the party.
Oh, funny things to take to a party, I must say.
That's true, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid that this party may not prove as convivial as the Rani thinks.
Holmes, it's nearly 1 in the morning. Everything seems to be going splendidly.
It seems to be, Watson, but keep your eyes on the Rani.
Yes, I have been. The poison testers tested everything that passed her lips. We don't endorse to you, Sir Christopher. You having a good time?
Yes, indeed, thank you, Mr. Hamish. How about you, Mr. Mycroft?
Oh, the Rani's a perfect hostess. Who could help having a good time?
I don't think that girl Whodunit should be here, though. I don't want to be pompous, but after all, she's only a glorified servant.
Possibly the laws of etiquette are not so strict in Cavarati as they are in London, Sir Christopher.
Oh, perhaps you're right. But I don't trust the girl. There's something shifty about her. I've told the Rani more than once. Oh, well, I suppose it's none of my business. I think I'll try and persuade the Rani to sing us one of her old songs.
Yeah. He doesn't trust Whodunit, and I don't trust him. I don't think it was an accident that we found him near the body of Dr. Harris.
Shh. Here comes Vera.
I trust you gentlemen are enjoying yourselves.
Very much, Mr. Vera, thank you. I imagine you must be excited at the prospect of returning to Caravati.
I am, Mr. Mycroft. Though I only left it 3 months ago, it has seemed more like 3 years.
Do you ken what time we'll arrive there?
I am told that we shall be there in 5 hours, Mr. Hamish.
Oh, look. The Rani's at the piano. She must be going to give us a tune.
Yes. Let's move a little closer, shall we?
Chris here has asked me to sing something. Yeah, my voice isn't what it used to be, and don't I know it. But me spirit's the same, and that's enough to put a number over. So, hold tight, boys. Here we go. My sweetheart's the man in the moon. I'm going to marry him soon. 'Twould fill me with bliss just to give him one kiss, but I know that a dozen I never would miss. I'll go up in a great big...
Great Scott, she...
Quick, Watson, your medical bag. I'll lock the doors.
Right, your Holmes.
Bring some water, please. Help me. Oh, please, help me.
What is the matter?
Don't be frightened, madam. I'll take care of you.
Thirsty. Give me water. Oh, such pain.
All the symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Now I know why Holmes asked me if I had any magnesia and ferric oxide.
Do something for me, Doctor. I'm dying.
Don't worry, Your Highness. You're not going to die. She's going to live, Holmes. Ah, gracious me, I'm tired. It's touch and go there for a while, though.
Well done, Watson, old chap. Well done.
Now that she's out of danger, why can't we all go back to our cabins? It's nearly dawn, and we've been locked in here since 1 o'clock. We've no right to do this, you know.
Possibly not, Sir Christopher, but there's a murderer in this cabin, and I don't intend to let him escape.
Mr. Holmes, what happened? How could I have been poisoned when Frumer tasted everything first? Why wasn't he poisoned?
For a very simple reason, Your Highness. The murderer has been conditioning Frumer for over a year.
What do you mean?
He's been feeding him gradually increasing doses of arsenic until he has finally become immune to the poison.
Great Scott, I never thought of that.
Frumer's glossy hair, his complexion, and stout figure are all typical of a person who consumes arsenic regularly.
But who could have done it?
Only one person had the opportunity.
Well, tell us who that person is.
No, not you, Sir Christopher, not you. For you haven't been on the island for years, whereas Frumer returned from Caravati but 3 months ago. Whodunit has also been in London with her mistress for the past 18 months, remember? The answer is obvious.
You did it, Verda. You brought the taster over when you came to fetch me. You'd prepared him for the year beforehand.
Of course I did. No white rana will ever rule over Cavarati.
And you murdered Dr. Harris.
Equally true. Mr. Holmes, give me the key to the door, please. Oh, no.
What?
Do not come near me. Please throw it on the floor. Do not hesitate. You see this revolver? I should have no compunction in using it, I assure you.
How do you expect to escape, Yoda?
The key, please. Thank you.
You'll never get away with this, Verdi, you devil.
But I shall. We are now in the harbor of Cavarati. I shall swim ashore and arrange your welcome, my dear Rane. Turn your backs, please. Turn them. Thank you. Goodbye.
He's gone.
Come on, Watson. After him. You have your revolver, Watson?
Yes, but I didn't get a chance to draw it. He had me covered.
Well, draw it now, old fellow. Aim for a leg or an arm and don't hesitate to shoot.
There he is, up on the lifeboat. He's climbing up on the rail.
Where is he? Where did he go?
Out there on the rail above us, madam. He's going to dive.
Give me that revolver, Dr. Watson. Quick, that's it. Come down off there, Verda.
Fools, meddlers, keep out of my affairs.
There he goes. He's dived.
Madam, you shot to kill.
Of course I did, Mr. Holmes. Remember that we're now in Cavarati waters, and that though I may not look like it at the moment, I am still the Ronnie of Cavarati.
Say, that was a swell story, Doctor. It had a lot of color and quite a bit of action.
Color and a bit of action. Well, I'm glad you liked it, my boy.
Oh, I did. Say, that's not a bad idea. I mean, having someone taste everything before you eat it.
Oh, it's a very old idea, very old. Very common, too, years ago.
You know the kind of job I'd like?
No, what's that?
I'd like to be the official taster for the Petrie family. Boy, just think of all the Petrie wine I'd get to taste. Petrie to the right of me, Petrie to the left of me. What a life. What wine?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having that job myself.
You said it. The Petrie family, really knows how to make good wine. They've been making wine for generations. And because they've always owned and operated their own business ever since it was started way back in the 1800s, well, the Petrie family has sure piled up plenty of skill and experience. Yes, they've been handing down in the family from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious grapes into delicious wine. That's why you can't go wrong with any Petrie wine. It must be good, because Petrie took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, what new story do you have lined up for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an adventure that Sherlock Holmes and I had many years ago. It concerns a series of bonfires, an underground cellar full of gunpowder, and a strange death on the rooftops of London.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Mazarin Stone. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petrie Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Ronald Colman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. According to that connoisseur of mysteries, Alexander Wolcott, the story we're bringing you in this half hour is the best whodunit ever written. Mr. Russell Krauss, the distinguished playwright, chose it as his favorite story, The Moonstone of Wilkie Collins. In certain parts of India, there are rumors in hushed tones about a certain yellow diamond, larger than the Koh-i-Noor, more perfect than the Cullinan, more richly storied than the Sancy, which once hung about the throat of Queen Elizabeth of England. The earliest known traditions of this gem describe it as gleaming from the forehead of the four-handed Indian goddess of the moon. From its color, which grew and faded in brilliance with the waxing and waning of the moon, it became known as the Moonstone. In a shrine inlaid with precious stones, under a roof supported by pillars of gold, sits the moon goddess, her eyes closed, the ever-wakeful diamond in her forehead, looking out over the bowed heads of worshippers in her temple. The Brahmins say that Vishnu, the preserver, breathed divinity into the moonstone, and whatever mortal shall touch that sinister stone will find disaster and sudden death. Genghis Khan tried to carry the moonstone back to Xanadu, but he died before it reached his caves of ice. The Islam conqueror Mahmud of Ghizni tore the stone from the statue's forehead and was found strangled in his sleep at the dark of the moon. For another awesome adventure of the Moonstone, I commend you to Mr. Wilkie Collins.
What is it?
I must have words with you.
You'll have to excuse me. My boat sails in an hour. I have very little time.
Oh, Mr. Blake, you have no less time than I, and no more. Here in India, you must have learned that time is as endless as the river Ganges, which cannot be hurried in its course and cannot be stayed.
Who are you? Why do you come uninvited to my hotel room?
I've come to warn you your life is in great danger.
Why?
You have offended the goddess of the moon.
I have no time for superstitious ravings. Now get out. I have bags to pack. I'm leaving for England.
You will die, Franklin Blake.
Very well, I shall die. Men do.
You and whoever touches it shall be cursed. It will wither you as the frost withers the lotus in the desert night. To touch it is to go mad.
To touch what?
In the Hindu temple of the moon in the province of Kathiawar sits the granite image of the moon goddess, her forearms stretching toward the four corners of the earth. And for 11 centuries she has worn in her forehead the moonstone.
I know nothing of this.
You know nothing of a yellow-white diamond which shimmers with the luster of the Queen of Night?
Get out!
You do not know that the shrine of Kathiawar has been robbed, desecrated, and the diamond snatched from the forehead of the moon goddess?
You accuse me?
I accuse no one. But do you imagine, Franklin Blake, that the moon goddess will suffer to lose her moonstone on revenge?
Don't prattle to me of moon goddesses.
Do you fancy that the priest of Kathiawar will rest until the moonstone again reposes in its sacred shrine?
If you do not leave me, I shall ask the hotel authorities to remove you forcibly.
I shall go. Have a pleasant voyage to England, Mr. Blake. For I promise you, it is a voyage to disaster.
Darling. Rachel, my sweet.
Precious,
I want a kiss for every hour I've been away from you.
Oh, it's been an eternity.
It has.
You have no idea how difficult it is for a girl, Franklin, to be 10,000 miles away from the man she's going to marry.
But I'm home, darling. That's all that matters. We'll publish the banns immediately. And in a month, the Church of England will miraculously transform Miss Rachel Verinder into Mrs. Franklin Blake.
Now, you must tell me what's in the boxes.
Presents. For the loveliest young lady in the British Empire. Here, this one's from me.
Oh, It has the scent of India about it. Oh, Franklin, it's precious.
It's a good luck Buddha. Rub his tummy, and he'll bring you the best luck in the world.
Guaranteed?
So the natives say.
Oh, thank you, dear. I shall treasure this always. What's in the little black box?
I don't know. It's from your great-uncle Jonathan.
Uncle Jonathan? But he's been dead for 3 years.
Well, his solicitor in Calcutta said I must deliver this to you.
How odd.
He warned me to take particularly good care of it, so I didn't trust it with my trunks. I kept it with my personal things.
From Uncle Jonathan. Whatever could it...
Good Lord.
Can it be real?
I don't know.
I've never seen a diamond so yellow. See how it glitters in the candlelight.
I had no idea I was carrying anything so priceless.
Oh, it must be worth a fortune.
Wait, there's a note. What does it say?
It's from Uncle Jonathan. It must have been written just before he died. To my dearest Rachel, I bequeath my love and the Moonstone.
The Moonstone? What was that?
Oh, my little good luck Buddha. It's split in two.
Staggeringly beautiful.
Do you think it's genuine, Mr. Ablewhite?
Yes, Godfrey. Do you think it's real?
Oh, unquestionably. I'm quite a judge of gems, especially diamonds. I purchased a valuable pendant as a Christmas present for the late Mrs. Ablewhite. May God rest her. Cost me 200,000 guineas, but this stone, why, I would estimate it is even more perfect than the Koh-i-Noor and of greater size.
Worth, how much would you say?
My dear Franklin, I'm not a diamond merchant. I'm a mere dabbler in charities. But I should guess this moonstone of yours, Rachel, would fetch £1 million. £1 million? Possibly £1 million, too. A handsome dowry, I must say.
I'm a very fortunate young lady, Godfrey.
And Franklin is a very fortunate young man.
Ablewhite, I trust that you don't insinuate I would marry Rachel for her fortune.
I insinuate? You gave the thought words, Mr. Blake.
See here, I won't be insulted by anyone who pretends
Gentlemen, stop this bickering. Franklin, I'm surprised. Cousin Godfrey said nothing to offend you. Now shake hands and say you're sorry.
I'm sorry. Forgive me, Ablewhite. Didn't mean to say anything out of line. I've just been, a little jumpy since I got back from India.
That's all right, old man. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Cousin Godfrey.
Have to get some sleep, you know. That's what you need, Blake. Sleep.
Sleep? Oh.
Poor Franklin. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing but India fever, darling. A few more weeks of bracing English air, a few more weeks of being with you, and I'll be myself again. But I've had the most dreadful time sleeping.
I promise you shall sleep tonight.
Oh, if I only could.
Rosanna! Rosanna!
Yes, Miss Rachel?
Will you bring a packet of sleeping powders for Mr. Blake?
For Mr. Blake?
If you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Strange child. Is she new to the household?
No, Franklin. Don't you remember her? Before you went away to India.
Little Rosanna? Oh, she's quite grown up now.
Quite.
Now, darling, where are you going to keep the Moonstone?
I don't know. In my jewel casket, I suppose.
Oh, but you mustn't.
Well, why not?
Or would you leave £1 million where any servant girl could pop it under her apron while she dusted your room?
Well, would you have me lock it up in a safe?
Naturally.
Oh, how distrustful you are, my dear. This is not a hotel. No one's going to run off with my diamond.
But a little caution, Rachel, after all.
Why are you so concerned about the Moonstone, Franklin? It's mine, darling, not yours.
Well...
Mr. Blake?
Oh, the sleeping powders, Franklin.
Oh, thank you.
Here you are, sir.
Why, Rosanna, how your hand is shaking.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm quite all right. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me, Mr. Blake.
Well, what's wrong with her?
Don't you recognize the symptoms, my dear?
No.
The girl's falling in love with you. Go to bed, darling. Sleep well.
What will the servant girl be doing howling about
Good heavens, what's wrong here? What time is it?
Past 3 a.m., Blake.
Godfrey saw Rosanna on the stairs, so he wakened the whole house.
Well, perhaps she was sleepwalking. Were you sleepwalking, child?
I hardly think so, Blake, because I saw her coming out of your bedroom.
What? I've been sound asleep, had a heavy dosage of sleeping powders. I would have... Good Lord, the Moonstone. Where did you put it, Rachel?
You know where I put it.
Your jewel casket. Quick. We must find out if it's still there.
Now, Franklin, don't go in my room.
I must. Darling, if your diamond has been stolen, we... Good Lord.
What is it, Blake?
Look in the jewel casket.
I know. The Moonstone is gone.
I'm a respectable gentleman, sir. I refuse to be questioned like a common thief.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ablewhite, but the priceless diamond belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder has vanished. You were in the house at the time it was stolen. The government authorities insist that you cooperate with us in attempting to locate the gem.
I do not understand how this is any concern of the government authorities.
I called Sergeant Cuff into this investigation, Rachel. He's here at my request.
You had no business calling him, Franklin.
I would gather from your tone, Miss Verinder, that you have no desire to recover the Moonstone, as it's called.
I refuse to answer.
Hmm? Was the gem insured?
No. I had just arrived with it from India. We hadn't had time to insure it.
Could it have been mislaid? Miss Verinder, with your permission, I'd like to look through your closets and wardrobe, just to make sure.
No.
Rachel.
Sergeant Cuff may not examine any part of my wardrobe.
But well, this makes things rather difficult. What about the servant girl, Rosanna?
You may search my room, sir. I don't know anything about the diamond. Not anything. I didn't even know there was such a thing in the house.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Ablewhite?
I am a wealthy man, sir. I've no need to steal diamonds to increase my fortune.
Mr. Blake, what have you to say?
Well,
What's that?
There was a face. I saw a face near the window.
Night prowler.
Quick, Sergeant, out the back way.
Whoever it is, we must hold them. Question them.
Stop, whoever you are.
Don't try to run away. We'll fire on you.
The Indian.
May I introduce myself? My name is Baru, priest of the goddess of the moon. Ah, Mr. Blake. I believe we have met before in your hotel room in Calcutta.
What are you doing here?
My mission is identical with the one that concerns you, Sergeant Cuff. I, too, am looking for the Moonstone.
Whenever a jewel disappears, there you have a story. Whether it happens in the daily news, a novel by your bedside, or on this program. A gem belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder, the Moonstone, has vanished, and the eminent Sergeant Cuff of Scotland Yard is on the trail of the famous diamond. We bring you Act 2 of Mr. Russell Krause's favorite story, The Moonstone.
How do you do, Mr. Blake? How's Miss Verinder this afternoon?
I don't know, Sergeant. She won't see me. She won't speak to me. She's locked herself in her room.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea. Came back here to England expecting to be married at once, expecting to find happiness. Instead...
What's the matter, Mr. Blake?
The Indian. This is exactly what he predicted. A voyage to disaster. Where is he? Do you have him in custody, Sergeant?
Our Indian friend, of course not.
But don't you suspect him of the robbery?
Oh, I suspect everyone, Mr. Blake. I can't throw every suspect into prison. And frankly, I don't think that the Indian could possibly have stolen the Moonstone.
But he followed me all the way from Calcutta. He had every reason to steal the diamond.
Yes, he has every reason to depart for India the instant the diamond's delivered into his hands. He's still here. Therefore, I conclude he is not the thief.
Then who did steal it? Where is the diamond now? It's your responsibility, Sergeant, to have it returned to Miss Verinder.
Even though the lady herself shows no interest in helping us find the stone. Such is the lot of a British detective. But no matter.
Rachel.
I will answer no questions.
Rachel, for the love of heaven, don't treat me like a stranger. What have I done to you? Why are you so cold?
I will answer no questions. I'm leaving the house for London immediately.
Miss Verinder.
Yes, Sergeant Cuff.
This, unseemly haste cannot help arousing certain suspicions.
You suspect me of stealing my own diamond?
I only suspect that you know a great deal more about the disappearance of the Moonstone than you're willing to tell.
I have nothing whatsoever to say. I shall be in the garden, Franklin. Will you call me when the carriage arrives?
Yes, of course, Rachel.
Now, come with me, Blake. Hurry.
Where?
To Miss Rachel's room. This may be our only chance to find what she's hiding from us. Locked.
Of course it's locked.
Rosanna.
Miss Verinder's things are all packed and ready to be taken to London.
Rosanna, we must find Miss Rachel's diamond. You have a key to your mistress's room, haven't you?
But you can't have it. I won't let you in.
But for the sake of recovering a fortune, Rosanna. Something worth £1 million has been stolen.
I won't let you in. Please don't ask it. Please, Mr. Blake. For your own sake.
For my sake?
Hello.
What is it, Sergeant?
This door. Has it been freshly painted?
Why, yes, I believe Rachel said something to me about it. The door to her room was freshly lacquered just yesterday evening.
Then the paint would not have been dry at the time the robbery was committed.
Quite right. This sort of lacquer takes about 12 hours to set, I believe.
And this paint smear by the edge of the door may very well have been made by the person who stole the Moonstone from Miss Verinder's jewel case.
No, don't listen to him, Mr. Blake. He's talking nonsense.
Quiet, Rosanna. Why, you're quite right, Sergeant. The paint is smeared.
And if we can find a garment with a paint smear on it, the chances are excellent that the owner of that garment is the person who stole the Moonstone.
Rosanna, come back!
Stop her! Don't let her get away!
Rosanna!
Oh, you're hurting me.
What do you know about this? Tell me.
Don't threaten her, Blake. Get the keys from her if she has them.
No, I beg you, Mr. Blake. Don't go into Miss Rachel's room.
Give me those keys. There you are, Sergeant.
Here's her luggage. Let's go through it together, quickly.
All right. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
Keep looking in the other bags. Look for a garment with a brown paint smear on it.
Ah, here's something.
No,
That's
please.
what she's been hiding.
A dressing gown.
Uh-huh. The paint smear seems to match. Are there any initials on it? F.B.
Sergeant Cuff. This dressing gown belongs to me. This is ridiculous. I couldn't have stolen the Moonstone. I was asleep.
Were you, Mr. Blake?
Certainly. I didn't wake up until I heard Rosanna scream in the hallway. Let me think. I'd complained about not sleeping, and Rachel rang for the servant, and Rosanna came and brought me some sleeping powders.
Ah.
I remember her hand shook as she handed me the glass. I thought it was curious, and Rachel offered the absurd explanation that poor Rosanna was infatuated with me.
Mr. Blake, I think I have a solution to this mystery.
You know who stole the Moonstone?
Not exactly, but I have a plan which may tell us how the diamond disappeared. It is very kind of you to postpone your trip to London by this one night, Miss Verinder.
Kind. You left me no alternative, Sergeant. You take complete charge of my own house, refuse to summon me a carriage.
It's for your benefit, Miss Verinder, that I've asked you to watch with me here tonight.
What do you expect to see?
I don't know precisely. But we've tried this evening to reenact, as nearly as possible, The events which took place on the night the diamond was stolen. Mr. Blake is retired at the same time as he did on that night. He took exactly the same sleeping potion. We have placed a paste replica of the Moonstone in your jewel case. And now we have nothing to do but wait, watch the hallway, and see what happens.
Sergeant, no matter what happens, no matter what you see, I want you to know that Franklin Blake is not a thief.
We'll soon know. The door to his room is opening.
Franklin!
He's wearing the dressing gown. He's going straight to your room.
His eyes are so glassy.
He's sleepwalking. He doesn't know what he's doing. Now, see? He brushes against the door of your room, the door which was covered with wet paint.
He'll take the diamond out of the jewel box, just as he did before.
You saw him steal it then, the night the Moonstone disappeared?
Yes.
But you wouldn't tell anyone because...
Because I love him. Oh, if he'd steal from me, he could never be a faithful husband, so how could I marry him? But I could never accuse Franklin as a criminal.
He's not a criminal. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's completely asleep.
If Franklin took the diamond in his sleep, then what became of it?
That's what we hope to find out.
But how can we find the...
Put the diamond in a safe place.
It's an anxiety complex. He's worried about your leaving the Moonstone in a jewel box unlocked.
Get the diamond and lock it in the safe.
That's exactly the way he did it. He lifted the lid of my jewel box and took the stone out. But I didn't know he was sleepwalking.
What did you do after that?
Well, I noticed the paint smear on the door, and I knew Franklin's dressing gown must have done it. I knew this would incriminate him, and so I called my maidservant.
Rosanna?
Yes. She went into Franklin's room and took his dressing gown, and I hid it among my things.
And Abel White saw Rosanna leaving Blake's room. But where was Abel White?
Abel White. Cousin Godfrey. Where are you? You were here before.
Godfrey?
You took the diamond, Godfrey.
He's dropped it.
Just as he did before. Only Abel White was there to snatch it away.
But why would Cousin Godfrey steal my diamond?
Why? Because he was desperate for money. His philanthropies were just a cover-up, Miss Verinder, the whitewash for his financial manipulations. He'd suffered bad reverses. He was seriously in debt. He was in the hall that night, waiting to steal the gem himself, when Blake became his unknowing accomplice. Yes, Abel White is the man who stole your Moonstone.
Oh, thank heaven it wasn't Franklin. Franklin! Oh, my darling.
What is... I don't understand. What am I doing here?
You've been sleepwalking, Mr. Blake.
I have?
Oh, Franklin, darling. And I thought you had stolen my diamond.
You can understand, I think, how delighted I was to have Rachel embrace me, to know that the marriage I'd looked forward to during the long months in India was soon to take place. As for the Moonstone, well, Godfrey Ablewhite took it to London, then attempted to leave with it for Amsterdam. But he was found murdered, and the gem was taken from him. The murderer was never discovered. But Sergeant Cuff uncovered evidence that the man was of swarthy complexion and answered to the description of the Hindu high priest who had followed me from Calcutta to England. No one knows where the Moonstone is today, but travelers from the inland plateaus of Kathiawar tell me that there stands behind a curtain of trees a shrine to the goddess of the moon. On a high throne is the dreadful statue, its 4 arms reaching toward the 4 corners of the earth, and in its forehead, the gleaming yellow diamond called the Moonstone.
Is it still there, the Moonstone? I do not know. The years pass and repeat each other. The same events revolve in the cycles of time. What will be the next adventures of the Moonstone? Who can tell? You've been listening to The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, the favorite story of Mr. Russell Crouse. Sergeant Cuff was a versatile young man from Chicago named Marvin Miller, And from Weems, Scotland, equally versatile, came Thomas Freeburn Smith, who played Franklin Blake. We all hope you enjoyed our favorite story production of The Moonstone. If you dial this way next week, you'll hear Jane Austen's touching and amusing story about how a mother succeeded in marrying off a house full of daughters. Pride and Prejudice, the favorite story choice of the famous American artist and scenic designer, Mr. Oliver Smith. We hope you'll be listening.
To save both time and money in waxing floors, use economical no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes, it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Makes dingy floors shine like new, yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, would you like to have an attractive, dazzling smile, teeth that sparkle with all their natural brilliance? Then try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver, erasing the common surface stains and dingy film that so often robs you of an attractive smile. See the difference it makes in the appearance of your teeth. Try Colonos toothpaste. KolYNOS tonight. Now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Our story this time opens far from Mr. Keene's comfortable office in New York, on a stormy night in the deep south, a night lashed by wind and rain. A ramshackle old cab makes its way up a back road. Over his shoulder, the old Negro driver talks to his two passengers, Mr. Keene and the latter's assistant, Mike Clancy.
So y'all wants me to drop you off at the Mead place?
Yes, driver. That's what I said. Will we soon be there?
In hardly a minute, boss. Wouldn't get me to go visiting in there at night.
And why not?
Most unnatural folks in there. Crazy folks.
Saints preserve us.
All touched in the head and the heart.
Why do you say that?
You'll meet 'em, boss. Here you are, gentlemen. This gate right over here.
Quite a big place. All walled in.
I'll get out and ring the bell for you.
Thank you.
And I'll wait here till someone comes for to fetch you. But I ain't going inside.
Driver, you wouldn't be superstitious, eh?
Oh, no, sir. Just intelligent. I was very intelligent about places where not to go.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I just remembered something terribly important.
What's that, Mike?
Well, I got an appointment tonight to go bowling in New York.
Steady, Mike. There comes somebody now.
Oh, it's a Great Dane, big as a horse.
And a woman with him. She's unlocking the gate. Come on, Mike.
Let's get out.
On your responsibility, sir.
Driver, I believe this covers the fare.
Thank you, sir. And good luck to you.
Good evening.
I suppose you're Mr. Keene.
Yes, this is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm Dorothea Meade.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Please do. Please come in. Sorry you had to make the trip in such weather, Mr. Keene.
Not at all. I'm much more troubled by what you had to say in your letter, Miss Meade.
Yes, it's so disturbing about Uncle Adam. Let's walk along the driveway, shall we? We'll get some shelter from the trees.
Well, these water oaks, I believe.
Mm-hmm. 12 altogether in a double row.
They're magnificent.
Yes, but they've been going to pieces lately. There's the house on up ahead.
Oh, yes. Well, that's one of the most beautiful and majestic southern mansions I've ever seen.
But decaying, like everything else around here. Oh, be careful of that first step, Mr. Keene. It's loose.
I have it.
Just fasten Nero's leash to the post here. Please come inside. And just hang your coats and hats on those hooks there.
Thank you.
It's good to be out of the rain.
Well, if you'll come across the hall now, we'll make ourselves comfortable in the library.
Stop where you are.
Saints preserve us.
Turn around. Get out of this house.
It's that man, the top of the stairs.
You're not wanted here. Get out.
Oh, now stop it, Cousin Roscoe. You're being very rude.
I don't like strangers. I hate them.
Go on back to your room, dear, and work on your plans. Otherwise, you'll never capture Washington.
Ah, yes. Washington. I'll move up reinforcements to the Army of the Potomac. Dorothea, see that I am not disturbed.
Glory be.
Poor Roscoe is still fighting the War of the States, Mr. Keene.
So it would seem.
Here, let's go into the library.
Of course.
Now, if you'll just make yourselves comfortable.
Well, now, Miss Dorothea, to get a few facts straight. This place belongs to your Uncle Adam?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
How old is he?
About 80.
And he disappeared just 10 days ago?
That's right. That's why I want you to investigate.
Well, now, who are all the members of the household?
Well, I myself, I'm just visiting here. Then there are 2 nephews and another niece.
Oh.
You've just met one of the nephews, my cousin Roscoe.
I'll say.
Then there's also Roscoe's sister, Harriet. Both about 50.
Yes?
Finally, there's my cousin Herbert Meade. About 40, very charming. He lived for years in India.
Oh, did he?
Came back last year with wonderful gifts for all of us. I believe he's enormously wealthy.
At any rate, that was the entire household except for the servants. Your uncle and 2 nieces and 2 nephews.
Yes.
Now, tell me about the exact circumstance of his disappearance, Miss Dorothea.
Well, after dinner that night, Uncle Adam decided to go for a walk. It was very dark, moonless, but quite mild.
He went by himself?
No, Nero trotted off with him, Mr. Keene.
Mm-hmm. Who was the last person to see him?
Oh, I was. I went out after him to offer him a flashlight. He said...
Nonsense, my dear. I don't need it.
Oh, but it's so awfully dark, Uncle Adam.
I know every pebble around here by its first name. Come along, Nero. Let's go get some air.
And that was the last time you saw him, eh? What about Nero?
We found Nero here the next morning, tied to a post. Well, we presumed that Uncle Adam had decided not to take him after all, or disappeared after returning.
Did you start a search for him?
The very next morning, Mr. Keene. Well, the police went all over the grounds and no trace of him. Then I decided to write to you. Oh, I'm so terribly worried. What could have happened to him, Mr. Keene?
It's much too early to start guessing, my dear. Miss Dorothea, quite frankly, how did your uncle get along with the other members of the household?
Well, he was something of a tease. You see, oh, hello, Cousin Herbert.
Hello, Dorothea. I understand Mr. Keene has arrived.
Yes, and this is his assistant, Mr. Clancy.
How do you do? This is a dreadful business. If there's any way I can help, Mr. Keene...
I may want to talk to you later, Mr. Meade.
Well, I'll be in my room. Delighted to have met you, Mr. Keene.
Seems like a very pleasant sort.
Oh, he's a dear. And about the only one that Uncle Adam never picked on. Of course, Uncle Adam's been supporting Roscoe and Harriet for years as permanent guests. But he could never let off reminding Harriet about her age. He said,
Harriet, my dear niece, sometimes I begin to think you'll never find a husband.
Be still, Uncle Adam.
I must admit, though, that I met a fella the other day who's quite smitten with you, Harriet.
Oh, really? Did you?
Miss Harriet, he said, isn't the flashy kind, but for solid, good looks, she can't be beat.
Oh, tell me. Who said that?
Oh, a fellow in the old man's home.
I hate you, Uncle Adam. I hate you.
That wasn't very kind.
but in money matters, he was the very soul of generosity. Here, look, inside the drawer of this table, Mr. Keith.
Simply stuffed with bills.
It was there for Roscoe and Harriet to use as they wished.
Interesting.
Boss, there's something very odd about the size of those bills.
Yes, this is the old-fashioned currency, Mike. About 50% larger than what's issued nowadays.
It's one of my uncle's eccentricities. He's kept a bale of cash in the bank vault for years, and he's still drawing on it.
I see. Well, now, Miss Dorothea, beside the servants, was there anybody else around the grounds about the time he disappeared?
Well, yes. Uncle Adam had hired 3 or 4 men to work on the oaks.
That double row we saw as we came in, eh?
Yes. And I can get you the names of all the men who worked here.
That can wait until morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Let me show you to your rooms now. Here you are, Mr. Keene. Your room, Mr. Clancy, is the one down the hall there.
Thank you, Miss Dorothea. I'll be one to talk a minute with the boss. I'll find it later.
Everything's all laid out for you. Good night.
Good night.
Boss, what do you make of it?
Nothing yet.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
Oh, relax, Mike.
Oh, I get the feeling that eyes are on me all the time. And then that darn rainstorm. Oh, I wish he hadn't put us off in this lonely old wing by ourselves.
Steady, Mike. Go to sleep.
Well, I'll try to anyhow. Good night, boss.
Good night. Almost 11 o'clock. It is a strange house. And a strange family. I wonder if that storm will clear by morning. Must have a look around the grounds as soon as possible. See if... Oh, great Scott. It's Mike Clancy. Somebody's turned off the hall light. One moment, Mike, while I find the hall light. There you are. Lying on the floor. Wait, Mike, wait. I'll fasten it from your neck. There we are.
Oh, saints preserves. What was it?
A silk stocking. Drawn around your neck like a noose.
Glory be.
Tell me, what happened?
I don't know, boss. I stepped out into the hall. I started for my own room. Suddenly the light went out and I was being choked.
With a silk stocking?
Oh, there ain't no better use for silk stockings in times like these.
1 second. You notice anything about the color of this?
Well, it's dark, sort of.
Gunmetal. The same color that Dorothea Meade was wearing.
Oh, boss, I told you I should have went bowling tonight in little old New York.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning.
You enjoying the view from the porch?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Thank heavens the storm has cleared.
Yes, it gave me the chance to look around the grounds.
Oh, did you find anything interesting?
Mm-hmm. But on Mr. Clancy's neck, look at this.
A stocking? Why, it looks like one of my own.
It was used last night in an attempt to choke Mr. Clancy.
Oh, dear God.
I wonder if you can explain.
Well, I'm afraid that I can. I have several pairs like that. When I went back to my room last night, Roscoe was coming out.
Was he?
He said he'd been looking for some book, and Oh, I know he has fits of temper, but I hate to believe he actually would try.
Here he comes now, up the gravel path.
Ah, that you, Keene? Just the man I want to see.
Good. I want to talk with you.
Tell me, Keene, if you were in a situation where your major forces were disposed along the Potomac and Grant was moving along your flank...
Now, Mr. Meade.
Oh, you think I'm a bit of a fool, don't you? Well, look at these.
$dollar bills?
A dozen of them.
The old-fashioned size.
I've been investigating for a week, all on my own. You know where they all turned up? In the bar back in town. The bartender told me. I bought them all up. Know why?
Well, why?
Because they'd all been spent there by Ben Matley.
Oh, who's he?
He's one of the men working on the grounds when my uncle disappeared.
Simple as could be. Matley murdered Uncle Adam.
Well, that's very much worth looking into. But what about this stocking, Mr. Meade? Ever see it before? Have you?
Of course. On Dorothea's leg.
One moment, Mr. Meade. I'm afraid I'll have to go after him. Mr. Meade!
Stop where you are.
Mr. Keene, this is Cousin Harriet.
I don't want this man here. Tell him for us to go alone.
Cousin Harriet, if we're ever to find Uncle Adam...
By him, I don't much care if we do.
This seems to be a house of hate, with motives on every side. But Mr. Keene continues his search. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people. But if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene, who is knocking on the door of a cottage near the Meade estate.
Good morning. Are you Ben Matley?
Sure enough.
Keene is my name.
Yeah. I heard they was calling you from New York to find old Mr. Adam Meade.
Well, Matley, I'm going to ask you a very blunt question.
Yeah?
How do you come to have so many of those large-sized bills that Mr. Adam Meade always used?
Heck, I worked for him for weeks on them trees.
You would seem to be spending more than your normal share.
Sure. I'm good at poker, and the other boys ain't.
Well, tell me, Matley, about the work you did in those water oaks. Now, I gather that it consisted of hollowing out the rotted parts and filling them with cement.
Yeah, sure enough.
And then, were they finished?
Yep. A couple of weeks ago today.
Before Mr. Meade disappeared?
The day before.
Oh.
Sure had big holes in them. Funny the way that rot gets in water oaks. Holes big as a house, Mr. Keene.
But it never affects black walnut trees that way, does it?
Hardly ever. What do you ask me for?
Why? For an excellent reason.
We're ready for lunch, Mr. Keene.
Good, Miss Dorothea. I've worked up quite an appetite with all my walking this morning.
Right this way. The others are all waiting.
How do you do?
Mr. Clancy's sitting here by my side. Will you sit next to Cousin Herbert, Mr. Keene?
Delighted.
Any progress, Mr. Keene?
Progress? Why, I believe... excuse me.
Oh, did you drop something on the floor?
I got a pebble in my shoe. I'll have it out in a moment. There we are.
You were saying, Mr. Keene?
Negative progress. I mean that we can safely eliminate one theory.
And what is that?
If your uncle has been murdered, Miss Harriet, I don't believe it was for a legacy.
Why do you say that, Mr. Keene?
Because, Miss Dorothea, He has been made to disappear so completely.
I don't follow, not at all, Mr. Keene.
Assuming that he is dead, his will cannot be probated, nor can his estate be distributed for at least 5 years. You see, there must be proof of death through the finding of the body, or else, under the laws of this state, 5 years must pass until he can be presumed to be legally dead.
Why, I didn't know that.
Everybody knows that.
Be that as it may, Cousin Herbert, Uncle Adam will turn up all right.
What makes you so sure, Miss
A
Harriet?
bad penny always turns up.
Hello? Somebody knocking?
It's I, Mr. Keene, Herbert Meade.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Keene.
One moment, I'll switch on the bed lamp.
I'm sorry to waken you. It was my first chance to break away from the others.
What's the trouble?
I don't know whether Dorothy has been completely frank, Mr. Keene.
In what regard?
When Uncle Adam walked off that night, he wasn't alone.
Oh, really?
I was looking out of the library window. Down the path, Uncle Adam was joined by... Well, family loyalty is a good thing, but...
Come, Mr. Meade.
The best way is to have it all come out now. Surely we could enter a plea of insanity for him.
For Roscoe, you mean?
You've seen one of his rages, I believe.
Yes.
Uncle Adam always was ridiculing poor Roscoe's military campaigns.
But the body...
Mr. Keene, I know the grounds have already been searched once. But I noticed this morning that the way Nero was mooning around in back of the house. It's only a stab in the dark, but I...
Yes, go on.
Tomorrow, by daylight, we'll go there together.
All right. First thing in the morning.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning, Mike.
Something on your mind, boss?
Well, Mike, yesterday at lunch I set a trap.
And? Would you tell me about it?
There was no pebble in my shoe yesterday. I was examining a trouser cuff.
I don't follow you.
Come along, Mike. We have an appointment this morning with Herbert Meade.
Maybe he's gone downstairs by now, Mr. Keene, sir.
Maybe. But let's try the door.
Okay. Boss.
Scott.
Oh, look at him there in the bed. Blood all over his face.
Quick, let's get to him. Mr. Meade. Herbert. Herbert.
Oh, my, a nasty gash on his forehead, sir.
Herbert, can you hear me?
Boss, he must be dead.
No. He seems to be just barely breathing. Mike, run downstairs. Have somebody phone for a doctor.
Okay, boss. Well, what are you doing there, sir?
Having a look in the closet, Mike.
What for? The killer?
No, just his trousers.
Well, we certainly had a fright, Mr. Keene.
What did the doctor say, Miss Dorothea?
Nasty cut for Cousin Herbert, but no fracture, fortunately.
Does Herbert have any idea who attacked him?
Just going back to discuss that with him now. You coming with me, Mr. Keene?
As a matter of fact, I'll join you later if you don't mind. I want to have a look in your uncle's tool shed, if I may.
Of course, anything, only we must find out once and for all who's responsible for all these horrors in this house. Oh, poor Herbert. Don't you think you should stay in bed?
Oh, don't worry, Dorothy. I'll be all right.
And you have no idea who it was?
I was deep asleep. Next thing, something came down on my head. I remember the pain and nothing.
Why, you could have been killed.
I wasn't hit with much force, the doctor said. Dorothea, that makes me start wondering, perhaps...
Oh, no.
But Harriet is such a strange one, always sulking, always taking Roscoe's part.
Oh, Herbert.
May I come in?
Why, of course, Mr. Keene.
I see you're sitting up, Mr. Meade.
And it's you, Mr. Keene.
I'm afraid so, my dear.
Afraid?
What I mean is, you know that old black walnut tree out there in back? You can just about see the top of it from that window?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, just before your uncle's disappearance, some work was being done on the 12 oaks out in front, wasn't it? They had rotted.
Yes, right, so.
And that's understandable. But I find also that another tree was treated the same way. Bored out and refilled with cement. That is very strange.
Why, Mr. Key?
Black walnut doesn't usually decay like that. It doesn't ordinarily require that sort of surgery. A few minutes ago, I had that cement filling broken open.
Oh, dear God, you mean...
Your Uncle Adam Mead has been lying inside that tree for 2 weeks. Dead.
Oh.
Entombed in the black walnut by the person who killed him.
Who was that person?
The possibilities are numerous. Somebody who was mentally unbalanced, possibly. A thief, possibly.
You mean...
Or else a rather greedy and ruthless man who knew nothing about the laws of inheritance.
Who?
You, Herbert Mead.
What did you say, Mr. King?
Now we've got a third lunatic in the house. But, Keene, don't you realize that I was nearly killed here myself?
Nearly killed, yes. You staged that attack yourself and hit yourself just hard enough to bring blood. No worse.
Well, that's ridiculous. Well, when you found me, I was completely unconscious.
Correct. The answer is in this night table. See? A box of sleeping powders, half gone. First you gashed yourself, then took a big dose of the sleeping powders, and then waited for results.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
You see, while you lay there unconscious, I didn't waste too much time in pity. I looked in your closet, examined the cuffs of every pair of trousers you wear.
I don't understand.
In 2 of them, I found granules of wood, of black walnut scrapings. In the 3rd, bits of cement.
Oh, now, just a moment.
Night after night, while the men working on the oaks left their equipment around, you went out and worked on the black walnut, making a tomb. Then, when it was ready, you went out in the dark after your uncle and strangled him.
Nonsense.
The same way you attacked my assistant later. You see, you did not understand the laws of legacy, Herbert Mead. But when I mentioned it at the table yesterday, you realized you'd made a mistake. You realized the body had to be found. And you gave me hints to guide me. You said Nero had been mooning around in back. Then, my dear fellow, you really gave yourself away.
Stand back, Keene, both of you.
Got a pistol.
Careful, Mead.
Into the closet, you two.
You won't get far, Mead. I've already been in touch with the police.
Drop that pistol, Mead. I've got you covered.
Thank you, Sheriff. That was well done.
I heard every word of it. I arrest you, Herbert Mead, for the murder of your uncle, Adam Mead.
Well, the train's on time, Mike. We'll soon be getting into Pennsylvania Station.
And sure, wait till I tell me old lady just how close she came to losing her precious Michael Clancy. Boy, oh boy. But, boss, I wonder what on earth you'd ever do if you didn't happen to know about things like black walnut trees and the laws of inheritance.
What would I do, Mike? I wouldn't be a detective.
And so ends the case of the Moonless Night. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the bizarre and baffling case of the missing witness. To help bring out the gleaming, natural brightness of your teeth, remove common surface stains by brushing them with the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. It quickly removes surface stains and helps make your teeth and smile look their dazzling, romantic best. Try the new Colonos toothpaste tonight. You have just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keen next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the missing witness. And now, one closing thought. Many of you listening in have signed the Home Front Pledge, a pledge made by 15 million Americans in the past year to pay no more than top legal prices and accept no ration goods without ration points. If all of us will do these two simple things, we will soon wipe out the black market, cut down the cost of living, and ensure a fair share of food for the wives and families of our fighting men and millions of others living on fixed income. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keen, tracer of lost persons.
Ladies, there is now a wonderfully inexpensive, easy way to wax wood floors and linoleum to a high, sparkling finish in only 6 to 9 minutes. Use Aero Wax, a self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing to a marvelous high luster, adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings, yet costs only 25 cents a pint. Get Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.